Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and get started here, okay? The 2024 Colorado Republican State Assembly and Convention is now in order. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and do the prayer. And after we do the prayer, we'll do the presentation of the colors. So if you could stand. The chairman recognizes State Representative Stephanie Luck for the purpose of an invocation.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we come before you this morning with much gratitude. We thank you for the people that are sitting next to us and around us, people that are sitting across the auditorium that represent your values, that love you, that honor your purposes and principles. Lord, we thank you for this time together to encourage each other, to strengthen each other, and to cast vision for one another about what this year could bring and what we could do in order to bring flourishing to Colorado. Lord, we desire to see our neighbors come alive with hope in this time of much hopelessness. We desire to see our society abandon suicide and death and embrace life. We desire for our economy to thrive, for our kids to learn truth. We desire, Lord God, that the giants in our land would be cast down. Lord, may we not listen to the 10 spies who say that it is a bad report and that Colorado is hopeless, that it is deep blue and that there is nothing that can be done. Lord, we pray that we would not only listen to, but be the 2 spies that say, no, our God is bigger, and we are able to take back this state. Lord, we just give this time to you. We pray for divine appointments. We pray for encouragement and conviction. We pray, Lord, that today would be the start of a fire that sweeps across this state and across this nation that says, once again, the Republic is alive. In Jesus' name we pray.
Okay, please remain standing for the presentation of the colors by the El Paso County Sheriff's Honor Guard, followed by our national anthem sung by Holly Owens and a Pledge of Allegiance by Randy Corcoran. So please remain standing.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home
Guys ready to get this show on the road? Let's remember why we're here. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, good morning and welcome to the 2024 Colorado Republican State Assembly and Convention. The 2024 Colorado Republican Assembly and Convention is convened under the authority of the bylaws of the Colorado Republican Central Committee and is held pursuant to relevant provisions of Colorado law and the rules of the Colorado Republican Central Committee. The principal purposes of today's meeting are to elect a Republican National Committee man and committee woman, to elect national delegates to the 2024 Republican National Convention, to select the Colorado Republican representatives to the Electoral College, and to consider important policy declarations and the platform of the Colorado Republican Party as resolutions, and to conduct any other and all such business as may necessary and proper to come before this Assembly and Convention. And one more thing, also CU Regent statewide. The chair appoints Hope Scheppelman as chairman pro tem of this Assembly and Convention to preside in the absence of myself, the chairman. Today, I am pleased to name the following committee appointments as those who have agreed to serve these important leadership roles are as follows. Myself, of course, as chairman of the Assembly today. Hope Scheppelman is our state party vice chairwoman. Anna Ferguson is our state party secretary. Tom Bjorklund is our state party treasurer. He's in the back helping on credentialing, but let's give him a round of applause. Vera Ortegon is our Republican National Committee woman. Stand up, Vera. Everyone give an applause. And of course, Randy Corcoran, who just gave our pledge. For Credentials Committee, we have State Senator Mark Baisley. For Rules Committee Chairman, we have Keith Maines. For our Resolutions Committee, we still have Hope Scheppelman. And then our Teller Committee Chairman, who's in the back working with the Teller team, he is Jeff Young from Arapahoe County. And our Sergeant at Arms is Chris Larson from Douglas County. Chris, could you stand up for a second? He is our Sergeant at Arms. He's going to make sure that everything is kept in order. So if you guys are disruptive, I'm going to send Chris your way to help end the disruption. Thank you, Chris. Without objection, we shall dispense with the reading of the temporary roll of voting delegates and alternates. The first item of business is the adoption of the credentials report. Chair recognizes State Senator Mark Baisley of the Credentials Committee to deliver an initial credentials report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Colorado! Thank you for all of you who are here. Mr. Chairman, the initial Credentials Committee report shows that of the 3,508 delegates, an equal number of alternate delegates allocated to their respective counties and to 5 state party elected officers, there are 2,012 delegates of the State Assembly and Convention present and registered so far this morning. So if you haven't registered, please register according to the instructions in that bag that was distributed to you. And if you have a flip phone or something and need help, you can register it on anybody else's smartphone around you. So get help and let's get all those numbers in. So, Mr. Chairman, on behalf of the Credentials Committee, I respectfully move the adoption of the initial credentials report.
We have some eager members here. There's actually no need for a second, but I appreciate the enthusiasm. And just so everyone knows, we're going to still be in the process of elevating alternates, so this is just the initial report. We just wanted to get it out there so we can start our business today. So as the adoption of the credentials report has been moved by the chairman of the Credentials Committee, the motion does not require a second. The question before the Assembly is on the adoption of the initial report of the Credentials Committee. A simple majority is required for the adoption of this report, and only seated delegates may vote at this time. Voting delegates only, and I mean it, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Great. The ayes have it, and the initial credentials report is adopted. The chair finds and declares that a quorum has been established. That's worth an applause. That's all right. Okay. We're going to go ahead and get on to the Rules Committee report now. The previous Assembly and Convention rules are currently governing the Assembly, and now we are going to consider the 2024 proposed rules. They are in your program if you want to read through them as well. The chair, and we did send them out yesterday. It was a little late, but it is in your email inboxes as well. The chairman recognizes Keith Maines, chairman of the Rules Committee, for the purpose of a motion to adopt the proposed convention standing rules.
Mr. Chairman, the Rules Committee corresponded electronically, a recent custom, to review and consider appropriate minor modifications to the most recent convention rules, which are the current rules now. The rules have been drafted to ensure that we may conduct the important business of the convention in an efficient and timely manner to ensure transparency in balloting and tallying of votes, while still preserving rights of any minority and the ability of voting members to have his or her voice heard. And basically allowing you to participate and not disrupt. That's not the point of the rules, to allow everyone to participate fairly. Mr. Chairman, and let me call your attention, the rules again are in your packets in the middle of the newspaper, and you can look over them there. I call your attention if you want to speak to Rule 3 and the 3.1 through 4. That tells you how to identify yourself and speaking in favor of or opposition. Mr. Chairman, therefore, I respectfully move the adoption of the rules as proposed.
The question is on the adoption of the proposed convention standing rules. A two-thirds vote is required for adoption of those rules. We are aware that there is a individual, Sean Smith, is somewhere. Oh, there you are. Okay. Sean, come on forward. We do have an amendment request. It does require, I believe, a two-thirds vote. Majority vote. Okay. Majority vote for to amend it. So, Sean Smith, please recognize your county and your name for the record and let us know what you have in mind.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good. Hi. I'm Sean Smith. I'm an elevated alternate delegate from Teller County, and I rise to propose an amendment to Rule 8.4F in the standing rules. May I proceed? Thank you. So I'd like to make a motion to amend the proposed standing rules, adding 8.4F, as in Foxtrot, to require photo ID check against the credential report prior to and at the time voting delegates cast their ballots. And the reason for that is to ensure the integrity of that process. For chain of custody of the ballots, it is for the sole purpose of integrity. Should take about 10 to 15 seconds. We've already had an instance where we had a non-voting member who was allowed, because of the absence of this, to cast a ballot at a state committee meeting.
I got it right here. Thank you. Do we have a second? Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Well, per our rules, this is debate time, so if there are any people in favor of it or against it, you're more than welcome to come to the microphone. We're not doing what happened 2 years ago. We're not taking the microphones away. You're more than welcome to debate. Now is the time to do so. This will be the support microphone. This will be the opposition microphone. To give everyone context, as Mr. Smith indicated, he would like a photo ID check against the credentials report at the time you deposit your ballot. For reference, there is also going to be a photo ID check when the ballots are distributed. So this would be an additional check. It's up to you. This is your assembly, and we just want to make sure that you have what you need in order to be secure in your elections. So if there's any further debate, come on down. If not, I'll go ahead and call the question. You have to come up, sir.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, name and county for the record, please.
Danny Moore, Arapahoe County. Can we get just a reading on the exact wording of the amendment?
Yes, of course. I have it right here. The motion is to amend the proposed standing rules, adding 8.4F, and it's, quote, to require photo ID check against a delegate credential, meaning the report that will be provided to the teller committee, at the time voting delegates cast their ballot, end quote.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You bet. Sir, please your name and your county,
My
please.
name is Tom Swift, Denver County, and I'm wondering, do we really need debate or can we just vote for it and move on? Because I think we'll win. I think we'll vote yes, so could we try that?
Well, the chairman is not allowed to cut off debate because that's unfair. No, that's fine. So as long as people would like to continue debating, we will allow it up to the 10 minutes that are allotted for any question. Sir, name and county.
Tom Cooper with Arapahoe County, and I just want to support this amendment because we're going to be here all day long if we can't take a few seconds to make sure that we don't have any cheating going on. Because I'll tell you that this stage of everything where we're signing everybody up and doing all that is where all this cheating has happened in the past. I've seen it over and over again. I think it's really tightened up and it looks good this year, but that extra little step ensures that we aren't having anybody coming in and stealing a vote. So I am for it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You have the mic. County and name, please.
Jason Mimiaga, El Paso County. One second here. I really feel it's unnecessary to add on additional credentialing. At that state committee meeting, that was their problem to address. And the whole point of us credentialing is to make sure that all of us are supposed to vote. Adding that extra layer on there is going to add unnecessary time to all of this. I want to address one point. To those who say that we just need to speed this up and get it over with, everyone who says that is here by choice. Nobody is forcing you to be here. If you do not want to be here, there's the door. And on that being said, it's adding time to the process that has already been accounted for.
Thank you. Time has expired, but thank you for addressing the assembly. Name and county, please.
My name is Donna Jack. I'm from Jefferson County, and I'm on the teller committee. And we just went through training for this. It's not going to be any big, hairy deal. And to me, it's so important to make sure that the one that brings back the ballot is not able to come back and a back and a back. And I just thank you so much. This is such a great improvement over last time. That was frightening last time. I thank you all so very much.
Name and county, sir.
Al Mauer, El Paso County. I had to show a photo ID to get my badge. I had to show a photo ID to get in the door. I'm going to show the photo ID again to get the ballot. Enough is enough. We did that photo ID as you turned in the ballot at El Paso County 2 weeks ago. And it takes, 10 to 15 seconds? Okay, per person. Multiply that times the 2,000 that are here. It's unnecessary. If you can't hang on to your ballot for a few minutes, then maybe you shouldn't be voting.
Okay, we only have time for 2 more, so we'll do 1 more from support and 1 more from opposition. Name and county, ma'am.
My name is Luz McClure. I'm from Jefferson County. I have been sitting here at 8 o'clock, and I feel that it's a waste of our time to do the ID and checking when I spend almost 20 minutes to get online. I show my ID, and why we're going to waste. Thank you.
Okay, well, that was an opposition, so I'm sorry. I'm going to let a supporter go, and then we'll go into voting. Sir, name and county.
Jimmy Alexander, county is Elbert County. And I'm speaking on behalf of that. I mean, we as a Republican Party are standing to be able to make sure that there's clarification on all of our ballots in the United States of America. We believe in photo IDs. It won't take anything for somebody to hold up a voter ID, hold up their identification, show their badge, and drop it in. I don't believe that's going to take a long time. So.
Okay. Oh. My parliamentarian is telling me we actually have 2 more minutes, so we'll go ahead and go to opposition.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Lindsay Moore from El Paso County. I'd like to move we call the question, please.
Is there a second? It takes a 2/3 vote to end debate. So it's not a debatable motion. Those in favor, please rise to end debate. I see the teller committee. I gotcha. Okay, please be seated. All opposed, please rise. Okay, please be seated. The chairman is not in doubt. Debate is closed. Now we're going to go ahead and move on to the actual vote, and this takes a majority only on the amendment. So the motion right now is the amendment as proposed by Sean Smith. I'll go ahead and read it one more time, and then we'll go ahead and vote. The motion is to amend the standing rules, adding 8.4F to, quote, to require photo ID check against a delegate's credential at the time of voting, or at the time voting delegates cast their ballot, end quote. All in favor, please rise. Okay, please be seated. All opposed, please rise. All right, please be seated. The amendment is adopted. Okay, we are back to the underlying motion, which is the adoption of the rules as presented and amended. Seeing no debate, we'll go ahead and call the question. All in favor of adopting the amended rules, please rise. Please be seated. All opposed, please rise. Please be seated. The motion is passed and the rules are adopted. Thank you so much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to rearrange the agenda so that we can get through a few things quicker than we would normally have to. The Credentials Committee is still working on their report, but because we have adopted rules and because we've adopted the initial credentials report, we can kind of cut through some things that are pretty necessary. Right now, I'm going to go ahead and move us into the nomination for CU Regent statewide. We only have one candidate. If Eric from Weld County, Rincard, if you could please come forward, we're going to go ahead and get you squared away. And then right after that, we'll go ahead and get into national committeeman race as well. So Randy Corcoran, you're on deck. So Eric, if you could make your way to the stage. I see Eric right there. Just so everyone knows, Eric is an unsung hero. We really did have somewhat of a tough time finding a candidate who would run statewide, but Eric heard the call, and we're grateful for him to step up and take on the Democrats so that we can bring balance back to the CU Region Board. So please give him a round of applause as he comes up. The chair recognizes the chairman from Weld County for the purposes of a nomination.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm Tom Van Loan. I'm actually the chairman of Weld County, where we
fuel the world and we feed the world. And yeah, thank you. We love oil and gas and food. Maybe the Democrats don't. Don't know. The purpose at hand is to nominate one of the finest people I've met in many years. He is a graduate from the CU school system, I guess I can say. He is a great guy. He's one of those guys that you know when you screw up, there's going to be this guy behind you fixing whatever you did. So with great honor, I humbly nominate for the office of Regent at Large, Mr. Eric Renard.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jillian Smith. I'm also from Weld County. I've known Eric for several years. He is a wonderful person. He's a humble man. He's alumni, and I'm going to tell you, he's already got the tie for this office. So I am very honored to be the second of his nomination for at-large regent. Thank you.
Hello, Republican delegates. My name is Eric Reinert. I'm the secretary of the Weld County Republican Party. I graduated from CU Boulder with a degree in electrical engineering, an unnamed number of decades ago. I hope you'll all bear with me. This is difficult. As an engineer, we're famous for staring at our shoes when we talk to people. So my reward for that is I get to go first. First, I'd like to introduce my wife, Jody Reinard. We've been married for over 20 years. We have 4 wonderful children that are the pride of our lives. So this morning I woke up very pleased with myself. Before we came to Assembly, I informed her that I had finally composed a complete speech in my mind about republicanism, the tyranny of unregulated democracy, Article 4, Section 4 of the U.S. Constitution. Please look it up if you're not familiar. And the oath of office that every elected representative takes to that Constitution. And I was going to also talk about how the law has been perverted in our country from preventing plunder to legalizing plunder. She said, no, don't talk about any of that. I thought maybe I was talking to the Board of Regents and not to my fellow delegates. So instead, I'm going to tell you why I'm the best person for this job. Engineering is not just a degree. It's not just a vocation. For me, it's a way of life. Jody likes to say that the best thing about being married to an engineer is that everything works perfectly. The worst thing about being married to an engineer is that everything has to work perfectly. I'm naturally analytical and logical, and I think these are qualities that are needed on any board, especially one for such a large and important institution as the 4-campus system of the University of Colorado. As regent, I will also bring a commitment to diversity, the kind of diversity that Democrats don't talk about, diversity of thought and opinion. There will be quite a distinction between me and my Democrat opponents. They are full in on DEI, anti-racism, and you can imagine the rest. You know the thing. I love thinking about this stuff and talking about it and debating it. If you do too, I hope you'll reach out to me and talk to me about it. You can find contact information for me on my website. It is reinardforregent.com, RINARDFORREGENT.com. I won't spell com. I mentioned my Democrat opponents. Between them, they've already raised $133,000. One of them is an education attorney, and I'm told a lot of that money comes from teachers' unions. So If everybody in here will give $10 or $20, I'll have a fighting chance. There's a donation link in the menu button on that website. I appreciate all your support. Thank you, and God bless America.
Okay. He has been properly nominated and seconded, and pursuant to the standing rules, there are no floor nominations, so we're going to go ahead and get into it. All in favor of... Yes. We want to make sure we're thorough here. Thank you for the catch.
You, sir, are a man after my own heart. I was thinking about that as I walked back. It is my distinct honor to accept this nomination for CU Region at large.
Okay. All in favor of nominating Eric, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Great. Congratulations. You are our CU Regent nominee, Eric. Stick around and you can go back to your seat, but stick around, we'll get you paperwork, okay? All right, thank you so much. Now we're going to go ahead and move into the National Committeeman's race. Randy Corcoran, if you could come up. Wasn't expecting that, but hey, why not, right? Well, ladies and gentlemen, since Randy Corcoran is the only candidate for National Committeeman, it is my distinct honor to place his name into nomination for this office, this very important office. Randy has been our National Committeeman for 4 years now, and he's done a wonderful job representing you and your conservative interests at the Republican National Committee. He is committed to election integrity. He's committed to re-electing Donald Trump. He's committed to supporting the Second Amendment and defending the unborn and everything that is within our Republican Party platform and everything that the Colorado Democrats would hate. So you should really like Randy. With that said, I nominate Randy Corcoran and ask that you please vote for him for another 4 years as our National Committeeman.
Well, you might as well vote for me because you're either going to vote for me today or you're going to be stuck with me anyway. So I think it's a pretty good idea. How many of you are here as voting members or delegates at State Assembly for the very first time? That is incredible. So, since I don't really have to do a campaign speech, I just want to talk about some things that I think are important. And, the last few years have been pretty tough. My term on the RNC started with COVID. And I was honored and proud to stand with John Bandemere and keep Bandemere Speedway open for the entire Colorado shutdown. Sometimes being a lawyer is a real positive thing. Been really happy to stand with Donald Trump's former attorney, John Eastman, as we fight to stop Colorado's semi-open primary. And I heard a former chair of this party on a radio station that I do a Saturday show on, I think it was earlier this week, say that lawsuit is over, that a judge has threw it out, that we're done. And I just want to tell you, nothing could be further from the truth. We're set for trial in February, and we need experts, we need investigations, we need polls, we need all kinds of stuff. So if you're able to help in that effort, please take Chairman Williams' advice and drop a few bucks that way, because it's so important that we take this state back. And the first step is to close our primary. Only Republicans should be choosing Republican leadership. I mean, how complicated is that? On the national level, it's been pretty exciting to be a national committee man. I was an inaugural member of the first grassroots committee on the RNC. It's a temporary committee. We could not get it made permanent during these 4 years, but I'm betting that under new leadership, we're going to make that a permanent committee on the RNC. And for those of you who don't know me, I came into politics as a Tea Party guy. I'm the chair of the largest Tea Party group in Colorado, Arapahoe Tea Party. We've got almost over 1,400 members now, and God bless Arapahoe County. What I've noticed since I've come to the RNC is that there's been a real shift there. I was one of the 30-some% that voted to replace Ronna McDaniel last year. And I did that because there wasn't a single constituent that I heard from. I didn't hear from one person in this room. I got more emails, text messages, calls on the chairmanship election than any other vote or action that the RNC has been asked to take. And I didn't hear from one person who wanted me to vote for Ronna McDaniel. And what I'm noticing over these last 4 years is we're getting this osmosis of more Tea Party people, more grassroots people, more people who are committed to our country, to America first, and not just to positions of political power, making money, and all those kinds of things. So I'm really optimistic about what the next 4 years on the RNC are going to look like. This new leadership team, and maybe some of you have heard, Laura Trump announced that in March, she's the co-chair now of the party. She announced that March was the largest fundraising for the RNC in the history of the RNC, $66 million. Now, we all heard about, Joe Biden and his New York elitist fundraising. I think it was $23 or $29 million, while Donald Trump was attending the funeral of a murdered New York police officer. And the media will hem and haw, and the Democrats have all this money, and they always have more money than we do. They have better billionaires than we do, which is a problem. But Donald Trump is holding a fundraiser tonight. He's got a few billionaires of his own. He's expected to raise $49 million tonight. So that's pretty cool. It's exciting to be on the RNC. You get to do some cool things like vote to censure Liz Cheney. And she paid the price for that, didn't she? She lost her race by 40% up there in Wyoming. Her manipulation of the media and those primetime January 6th circus shows and all of that is immoral. And I'm so glad that she paid that price. And we have to continue to fight for J6ers who are doing unreasonable, unfair prison sentences right now. And I will tell you, I'm an attorney, and I've had a lot of calls from people who've been contacted by the FBI. And they're still doing it. So if you get a call from the FBI, do not talk to them. Very politely say, I'm certainly willing to talk with you, but I want to have an attorney present. Because I will tell you, every single person that has contacted me, when I have called that FBI agent, and I'm a big fan of law enforcement. I've held the pro-police rallies and done all of those things. When I call the FBI folks, I ask them, I say, what evidence do you have that my client was in Washington, D.C. on January 6th or committed a crime while they were in Washington, D.C.? And the answer, every single case, has been an anonymous tip. So I've said, look, if you get some actual evidence, then feel free to call us, and we'll come in and we'll sit down and see what you have to say. But what happens is people say, well, I was there on January 6th. I didn't do anything wrong, so I've got nothing to hide. Don't do it. Don't do it. Grandmothers are being imprisoned for a year for walking around inside the Capitol on that day. So just be very, very careful. I am very excited to be heading into an election season where we're going to have the opportunity to re-elect Donald Trump for the third time. I don't want to take too much time since my race seems to be, kind of in the bag. But one more exciting thing that's happened on the RNC is that, for the first time, a faith engagement committee was formed, reaching out to the churches, reaching out to the pulpit. Absolutely, you should clap for that. Because there are so many Christians who don't participate in this process, but even most importantly, they simply don't get out and vote. And we can turn that around in the churches. And I was appointed a co-chair of a subcommittee, and I intend to continue to serve in my second term there, because outreach to the churches is one of the most important things that we can do to ensure the vote. Remember that in 2020 that Donald Trump lost by about 40 to 44,000 votes in just the right places, and that was in spite of all of the censorship, the lies on Twitter, the Russia collusion nonsense, the $430 million of Zuckerbucks. And all of those things are being watched very, very carefully. The RNC has launched over 80 lawsuits for election integrity, and they're winning some pretty big ones. I got to have dinner and spend some time with some Trump folks and one of Trump's powerful attorneys, who you're going to get to hear from here in just a few minutes. And you'll be very excited to know that we got taken by surprise in 2020, and we're not going to be taken by surprise in 2024. So, last thing I'll say is I'm just so proud of your chairman of Colorado State GOP, Dave Williams. If you read the corrupt, coordinated, Democrat-controlled media or listen to the TV stations, you'll hear Republican Party's broke. The Republican Party started broke when Dave took the helm, and he raised, what was it, $800,000. Doesn't sound broke to me. And now what you're hearing is that Dave is, he's violated campaign finance laws and things like that. This is and these are Republicans talking about us. This is what Republicans do when they're out of power and they're irrelevant and they don't like it and they want to do anything and everything they can to claw their way back in. But we don't want that old leadership. We don't want those old ideas. We're ready to move forward, and I'm ready to move forward with you. So thank you. I humbly accept your nomination, and I look forward to hearing from any and all of you over the next 4 years. God bless.
Thank you, Randy, especially for the kind words. Randy Corcoran has been nominated and is the only candidate, so all in favor of electing Randy to a 4-year term as our Republican National Committeeman, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. Randy, you're reelected. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to do 2 more business items, and then we're going to get into one of our guest speakers. It should go very quickly. The next item of business is ratifying the national delegate list for the State Assembly, and I'll give you a little bit of background, but if the IT team can go ahead and get the names on the screen, and we also printed names in your program, so go ahead and look at there. But just to give you a little bit more context on what's going on, there are 2 candidates for president that won and earned delegates to the National Convention from Colorado. There are a total of 37 delegates, 3 of which are automatic delegates. That's myself, Randy Corcoran, and Vera Ortegon. And then the 34 other delegates are elected. Donald Trump's campaign, because of his performance on Super Tuesday, won a total of 23 delegates, and Nikki Haley was awarded 11 delegates per our formula that we use to allocate those numbers. Donald Trump's campaign elected to have all of their delegates selected at the various congressional assemblies across the state, and as such, all of the delegates that we are now ratifying are bound to Nikki Haley. They are, to my understanding, still Trump supporters. Sorry. But, thank you, Randy. But nevertheless, per our bylaws and per our rules, they are bound to vote for Nikki Haley unless Nikki Haley releases her delegates, which honestly we're not sure if she will. She is technically allowed to be nominated at the National Convention for a speech and for other purposes. And until we know otherwise, the delegates that you're about to see on the screen, if it's not already up, or in your program, they have willingly volunteered to vote for Nikki Haley, as unfortunate as that is. Just to give you some context, we had about over 80 individuals that wanted to run for national delegate at the state assembly, but when we had notified them that they would likely be voting for Nikki Haley at the Republican National Committee, they went ahead and withdrew their candidacies. As such, we have 12 individuals who have agreed to fill those slots, and we have another 8 or so vacancies for the total allotment that we're deciding right now. Those vacancies will be filled after the fact if there are any willing folks that want to participate. And we're going to have to do 2 things. Number 1, we're going to have this assembly authorize the state executive committee to fill those vacant slots, and then we're going to ratify the list. So the first motion that we're going to go through, it's on the floor, is authorizing the Republican State Executive Committee to appoint any eligible Republican elector to those vacant slots, should anyone be willing. That's the motion. Do I have a second? I don't see any discussion. Okay, you got to say, okay, just a second. Okay, so we'll go ahead and vote on that. All in favor of allowing the State Executive Committee to fill those vacant positions, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. Thank you so much. Okay, the second motion is to ratify the list as ordered in your program and on the screen. All in favor of ratifying the list of of national delegates to this, from the State Assembly, please say aye. All opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. They are ratified. Thank you so much. Yes, ma'am.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Paul, I just want to know, what happens to these delegates if she hands them over? Will those people go, or will you elect a new slate?
Well, first off, please state your name and county for the record.
Christina Blunt, Limerick County.
Christina. And your question is what?
So what happens to Nikki Haley's delegates if she hands them over? Are those people the ones that go, or will you elect a new slate?
No, so these individuals, which we just voted on, are going to go to the National Convention to represent Colorado. They are bound to Nikki Haley unless Nikki Haley releases those delegates and frees them up to vote for someone else. There are no indications that she's willing to do that at this time.
So then they just get lost.
Well, no, they go to the National Convention and they will vote for Nikki Haley.
Got it.
It's okay, Donald Trump has enough delegates, so he'll be the nominee. Oh, we're going to apply.
Point of information. My name is Laurel Ann Flahive. I'm the House District Chair in 22 El Paso County. Can you elaborate a little bit on how these delegates were chosen?
Yes.
Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, for way of reference, the individuals listed here had filed an intent to run form in line with our national delegate selection process. We actually had originally about a little over 80 folks. At a certain point, when that cutoff time occurred for filing your intent to run form, I notified all of those candidates that they would be bound to vote for Nikki Haley, so I gave them an opportunity to continue to run or withdraw their candidacy. We had fully prepared to have an election had we had more candidates than available slots, but it turned out most of those candidates decided to back out and did not want to vote for Nikki Haley. I don't blame them, and as a result, we have these candidates who are willing to go forward, represent our state, and do their duty to the National Convention. Yes, ma'am.
Donna Jack from Jefferson County. Just a question. Could we have voted not to ratify them, and what would that have meant?
You could have voted not to ratify that list, but it's likely we would have had a long, arduous election for those same people because no one wants to run, except for those individuals, no one wants to run to be a Nikki Haley delegate. So you would have ended up with the same result.
Thank you.
Meredith Rudolph, Douglas County, District 22. Just a point of clarification, they're bound to Nikki Haley. Are they bound for one round of voting or how many rounds?
They're technically bound for 2 rounds of voting, but there will only be 1 round of voting because President Trump has received the necessary delegates to become our nominee.
Chuck Bonnewell, Adams County. You should point out, we all applied to be Trump delegates, but there are only certain ones. And so we decided to go for Trump, vote 1 time for Nikki Haley, but there are no bigger Donald Trump supporters on that list than they're here. We are not Nikki Haley admirers. We can't stand her. But we're going to go for 1 vote for that, and the rest of the time, we're voting with Donald Trump. So don't make it sound like we like Nikki Haley. All 12 people hate Nikki Haley.
The chairman apologizes if it sounded like I thought you supported Nikki Haley. I would not wish that upon anyone. So noted, Mr. Bonnewell. These are not necessarily Nikki Haley supporters. They're just doing their duty. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Leanne Thompson from Jefferson County. Okay, I do have a question because number 10, Helbus Varengot, is one of our Trump alternates for Jefferson County. Does that make a difference that she's actually on 2 different slates?
It will make a difference. She has opted to be a Nikki Haley delegate and have the full voting complement. Not because necessarily she supports Nikki Haley. It's just that being a delegate affords a little bit more voting rights than an alternate. So there is a vacancy and there will need to be an elevation for another alternate in her stead for that congressional district.
For CD7?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You bet. One more question. Name and county, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kim Ransom, Douglas County. One question. How did you come up with the order of those 12 people? Because you had some delegates and some alternates. How was that order established?
We reached out to all of the willing candidates and we asked them if we could simply order them by random lot. So we picked names out of a hat. That list that you see in your program or was on the screen, that was the order that came out through random selection. Everyone agreed. All of you agreed. Now we can move on and not have to continue talking about it unless you want to. This is more time on Nikki Haley than I anticipated. But if everyone's finished, we can move on to the next order of business. The next order of business will be the ratification of the before I forget, I made a promise of this. Everyone who has been selected as a national delegate, we're going to be meeting at the conclusion of this meeting here so that we can take care of housekeeping business and organize ourselves as a delegation. I'll make reminders throughout the day, but if you are a national delegate who was elected either at the Congressional Assembly or just now, please come to the front of the stage or be around the front of the stage at the conclusion of our state assembly so that we can organize ourselves as a delegation. The next order of business is the ratification of the presidential electors who will represent us should Donald Trump win the state of Colorado to the Electoral College. Those names, I think I sent them to the AV team, so if you could get them on the screen, but if not, they're in your program. I'll go ahead and tell you what page. On the insert. It's on the insert, that's why. Well, thank you for pointing that out. That's your list. I don't have it in front of me, so forgive me if I don't remember all the names. We got it. Okay, there you go. So these individuals will represent you at the Electoral College should Donald Trump be successful in defeating Joe Biden in the state of Colorado, and we all believe that's going to happen, right? Okay. All right. I'm going to call on all of you for get out the vote efforts. So I'm going to go ahead and state the resolution. This is in line with state law. This is the 2024 Colorado Republican State Assembly and Convention resolution concerning the nomination of presidential electors. Pursuant to 1-4-701 Colorado Revised Statutes, the 2024 Colorado Republican State Assembly and Convention nominates the following Republicans to be presidential electors for the 2024 Republican nominee, President Donald J. Trump. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. The ayes have it, and we have some presidential electors now. Thank you so much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a break in business right now, and we're going to go ahead and recognize one of our guest speakers. For purposes of that, I am recognizing Ron Hanks, who is the head of our Election Security Committee. So Ron, if you could come to the stage. He's going to introduce Christina Bobb. Christina Bobb is the new RNC Council on Election Integrity, and she has some great things to share with you on our efforts to ensure that all of your ballots are legally cast and legally counted and that we have accurate results. So right now, I'll turn the podium over to Ron Hanks.
So I'm introducing Christina now. Thanks. Well, thank you very much, Ron Hanks. I'm going to keep my remarks short because what I think I'm supposed to be doing is introducing a very impressive speaker, and you'd rather hear from her than from me. If you watched One America News Network and their coverage of the Maricopa County audits and the election concerns, then you will recognize Christina Bobb as the investigative reporter with the concise reporting outside of the structure. In 2023, January 23, she published her book, Stealing Your Vote, the inside story of the 2020 election and what it means for 2024. And after the rather remarkable turnover at the Republican National Committee recently, she was brought on as the senior counsel for election integrity for the Republican National Committee. It's an impressive bio, and if I may be so bold, ladies and gentlemen, I would say this is a Renaissance woman of our time. She's an investigative reporter, an author, a lawyer, a Marine Corps veteran, and a Republican. So, ladies and gentlemen, Christina Bobb, thank you.
Hello, Colorado. I'm so excited to be with you. This is my first time at a political event here in Colorado. I've covered a handful of other states, but I was so thrilled and honored to come and join you. And I'm thrilled to see so many people here. I have to ask, because I love crowds like this. You're all here on a weekend volunteering to be part of the process to help clean up Colorado and have the state run the way that you want it. Did anybody used to be a Democrat? Just out of curiosity. Okay. That's not a small number. So that should encourage you. Not that people aren't just changing parties, they're changing parties and getting involved and being a part of the change. So that's really, really exciting to see, and welcome. We're honored to have the former Democrats here as well. So I just wanted to hopefully encourage you with all the work that you're doing, whether it's election integrity, getting the right candidates, vetting, everything that y'all are working so hard to do. You know, I was, as Ron mentioned, I was a reporter at One America News during the 2020 election. I'd only been a reporter at that time. I'm an attorney by trade, and I thought I'd dip my toe in the media pool and got sucked in. But I didn't really know a lot about politics when I started doing all of this. And when I started reporting, we were in the middle of One American News getting deplatformed, and on my social media, I'm sure many of you were either deplatformed or silenced or censored. And I was out at the audit and out reporting in all of these locations, and I didn't know if anybody could hear me. I'm digging in and interviewing. Ron was one of them, and a lot of state officials, a lot of Arizona officials, and Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia, Pennsylvania. I spent months and months on the ground in all of these states just investigating what happened. And it can be very discouraging when you're working really, really hard and you don't know if anyone can hear you, you don't know if anyone can see. I'm giving up my time on a Saturday, does it even matter? And I was giving up every weekend, every night, early mornings, doing all this, and I didn't know, because we were being deplatformed and I was being censored, I didn't know if anybody could even hear me. So one day I got a phone call. I'm going to do my best impersonation. I can't do it. Christina, it's your favorite president. Sorry, I'm not good at impersonations, but that was the best I could do. And he was watching. He was watching my reports, and he wanted more information on some of the things that I was seeing and hearing. And that gave me such a spark of, okay, maybe only one person is watching me, but it's a really good person to be watching. So I want to encourage you, I'm sure you've all gone through this. Certainly Colorado has had some bumps in the road along the way, and there may be times where you feel like, what I'm doing, is it making a difference? Is it having an impact? Am I having the desired effect? And you might not be seeing the results, but I promise you, stick with it, because you will see the results November 5th. You will absolutely see them. I mean, look at this room. There was a number of people that used to be Democrats here today to join you, and I can tell you, what you are doing matters. And now that I have transitioned from being a lawyer with President Trump's team, I've transitioned over to the RNC to magnify the RNC a little bit more. We care about Colorado. We care about what you're doing. Certainly we care about the presidential elections, the congressional elections, but we care about your local elections too, because if 2020 taught us anything, the local elections matter a lot. So just know we're listening and we're here to support you in what you're doing, and I'm really grateful for your results. I want to share with you my perspective of how things are going, because being senior counsel for election integrity at the RNC, a question I get a lot is, can we do anything? Is it lost? Is it so far gone? It is not so far gone. There's a lot of little indicators that I can tell you that I believe wholeheartedly we absolutely can secure the election enough. It's not where I would like it to be. I'm not going to lie about that, but we can do it enough to where we get the goals, we accomplish the goals that we're after. And I have one key factor that, to me, it's what I look at when I go, okay, no, we're still on to something, is you look at what your enemy thinks of you and look at what your enemy is doing. And when I look at the Jack Smiths and the Fannie Willises and the Letitia James and everybody on the left, what they are doing is so far crazy. It's so far from anything that we've seen in this country before. It's because they fear us. They fear this meeting here today. They fear what you guys are doing. So look, you deserve a round of applause. I mean, the fact that you're coming out and you see what they did, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to realize the election was stolen in 2020. Donald Trump won that. There's no evidence of fraud. The evidence is everywhere. It's all over the place. But I don't want you to get discouraged by the fact that, we didn't have the results that we wanted in 2020, and it's been a slog. It has absolutely been a slog. But I see the results on the ground. We are absolutely making waves. The RNC, and I will say this for the RNC, when I joined the RNC just a couple weeks ago, coming in maybe a little bit more of a bull in the china shop than I needed to be or thought, and I absolutely had to backpedal because it's better than we all thought it was. It's in good shape, and certainly we need to be more coordinated with the grassroots, which is something that's particularly important to me, having spent so much time on the ground with folks from my reporting days. we will be doing that, but it's in good shape. And the fact that you all are here today and you're doing what you're doing, I say, okay, we're okay. We got this. We just keep our head down and keep going. The RNC is in good shape, and the Democrats fear us, because if they didn't, they wouldn't be bringing in illegal aliens trying to register everybody to vote. They wouldn't be pushing the mail-in ballots. They wouldn't be trying to get rid of voter ID. They wouldn't be doing all of that if they thought they could win outright. They know they can't beat us, and so they are trying to rig it. The way we fight back is this. It's you guys. It's you guys showing up on weekends, and it's having poll workers and observers out at the polls, and people who are scrubbing voter rolls and canvassing. All of the it's hard work. It's a lot of work. But the fact that we've got so many people out here today is so encouraging to me, and I'm so thrilled with the candidates that I've gotten to meet. You guys are putting up some really great candidates for the various positions that you've got, and I look forward to hopefully meeting more of you and talking with more of the candidates. But I just want to encourage you, say thank you for being here today. Thank you for doing what you're doing. The RNC is with you. President Trump is with you, and let's turn Colorado red. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dave Williams, Chairman of the Colorado Republican Party, and we need your help.
Hello, fellow conservative Republicans. My name is John Eastman, and I'm the lead attorney representing the Colorado Republican Party in the legal challenge to the Colorado Open Primary Law, Proposition 108.
We're currently suing the state of Colorado over its unconstitutional open primary law that gives unaffiliated voters and left-wing dark money groups the ability to unfairly interfere in our nomination process.
I can't tell you enough how important this case is, and I'm so thankful for you all for having authorized us to bring it.
We need to raise about $50,000 within the next 2 months so that we can cover court costs and attorney's fees while providing valuable information and data to the court that demonstrates how this open primary law unfairly harms the Republican Party and violates our First Amendment freedom of associational rights.
Look, one of the reasons the Republican Party nationwide is in trouble is there are so many people in its leadership that like the status quo or aren't willing to fight to challenge the status quo. And our government is increasingly shutting down our speech rights, our election rights, and acting tyrannically against our fellow citizens.
Please chip in and donate whatever you can.
The way we stop that, a necessary first step, is to ensure that Republicans get to nominate their own people of principle, and not have their primary elections infiltrated by unaffiliated voters. That's why this election challenge is so extremely important. There's a QR code, or you can also just visit the website, the Claremont Institute's website, litigation.claremont, CLAREMONT.org. The advantage of that is that's a nonprofit organization, so it's a tax-deductible contribution to help this important fight.
With your help, we're going to be able to roll back this law, have it declared unconstitutional, and ensure that only Republicans can vote for Republicans in our primaries.
You have constitutional rights to decide who your nominees are going to be. It's the freedom of speech and the freedom of association. And the Supreme Court has already ruled in a matter like this about 20 years ago in a case that I was involved with out in California. Political parties have the right to only have their own members choose their nominees. It's critically important we get that right back in Colorado to have this fight. So thank you for the support. Thank you for your overwhelming authorization for this litigation that we filed back in July. This is a nationwide fight, and we all need to lock arms and fight together.
Thank you so much, and please sign up for our newsletter so that you can get more information on our efforts to protect your right to vote in a closed primary. Take care.
Click on the QR code right now to send a clear message that Republicans should once again be fully enfranchised to pick Republican candidates for public office.
I'm pleased to report that we've had a number of donations. I believe a couple thousand has already come in. If you want to help us fight this open primary so that only Republicans can choose Republicans, please go ahead and see the desks and contribute. We need your help if we're going to win and ensure that we only get to nominate our candidates and not dark money groups or left-wing groups or Democrats. Ladies and gentlemen, we are still waiting for an updated credentials report. So I'm going to go ahead and recognize Vera Ortegon for the purpose of providing a report in her capacity as the Republican National Committee woman. Vera was elected, I believe, in 2016. Am I correct? Come on, Vera. And she's done great and wonderful work for you at the National Committee, and she's currently helping us on the Committee on Arrangements so that we can have a smooth Republican National Convention with our delegates. Please welcome Vera Ortegon.
Good morning, Colorado Republicans. A very warm welcome to Pueblo, my hometown. And I just want you to feel very comfortable because Pueblo has the best people in the world. So I just want to say thank you for coming here today. Let's talk about a little business. The Committee on Arrangements, it is the committee that is in charge of the organizing and running the National Convention. It is a humongous task, and it takes hundreds of people in order for us to run it. I happen to be a member of the Committee on Arrangements. More important, I'm in charge on the subcommittee on delegate experience. So those of you who are going to be delegates and alternates, you need to work very closely with me. Because since I'm the only member of the Committee on Arrangements here in Colorado, I will be in charge of the delegates and alternates. After this meeting, when it gobbles out, we will meet someplace here, all the delegates and all the alternates. I have some forms for you to fill out and for you to, so I can take it back and we start communicating from there on. Remember, the convention is going to be in Milwaukee at the Pfizer Arena. And today, when we meet with the delegates and the alternates, I will give you the selection of hotel. I'll give you a little hint. I worked very hard because there's hotels that are 90 minutes away from the arena. We are 10 minutes away. That took a task, that took some working, but I am pleased that we are going to be very close to the Pfizer Arena. Pfizer. Yes. And that's the place that we will be at Milwaukee. That's where the convention will take place. And just in case, the spelling is F-I-S-E-R-V, Arena. So just to let you know, like I said, it's going to be July 15th to July 18th, and it's going to be in Milwaukee again. So if you are going to be a delegate, then you have to be there the day before and leave on Friday. Please do not leave before that, because then you miss out the best part. President Trump accepting the nomination. So I think at this point in time, I will get a chance to talk to you later as a person who's running for re-election, but this is not my slot now, so I will not offend you with that. I just wanted to say, we're working hard at the RNC. You heard Christina talking how we are working hard, and we are doing fundraising, and you saw that in March, we raised $65.6 million. We knew we were going to do that. We worked hard for that too. And of course, President Trump says it took 3 presidents to raise the $29 million. It took 1 president to raise $49 million. So go Trump. Thank you very much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, a little bit of an update. We are closer but not yet finished with the credentials report. So in the interest of keeping things going along, I want to recognize another esteemed speaker. She was our 2022 gubernatorial nominee, Heidi Ganahl. She has an important message about the important work that she's doing that she wanted to share with you. Heidi, come on up.
Well, hello, everybody. Welcome to Pueblo, Colorado, the home of hometown heroes. Did you know that? I love this place. It's beautiful. The people are great. And do you know that we elected a Republican mayor, a gal down here named Heather? Did you know that in the last election? That's pretty cool. All right. Well, as Colorado conservatives, we are divided, and I know you know we're facing a lot of challenges. I just lived it for a couple of years. But there is hope. A Colorado comeback is on the horizon. Like many of you, my life story is filled with comebacks. And Colorado is prime for one, and we are here. We were created for a time as this to lead it. Are you ready? Are you ready? All right, well, since the end of the 22 election, my team has built friendships with leaders in other key states who've been able to flip states trending liberal to conservative. Did you know that's happened in a few states around America? So using these tactics, I'm a business person, I'm a CEO, an entrepreneur. I worked hard to build a plan with some great leaders around the country to do the same in our beautiful state of Colorado. They believe we can do it here. It is go time, but I need your help. You guys ready and willing to go to work to save Colorado? I know you are. I know that's why you're here. So our goal is to grow our conservative movement and bring back our beautiful state to its rugged Wild West roots, to focus on letting people live life without government getting in the way. A simple ask. We've launched 2 distinct efforts to do this based on what we learned from our friends in other states that have actually done this. The first is a support organization for grassroots groups, for you, led by our Road to Red team. We provide services, tools, and coaching to empower conservative groups across Colorado, and it doesn't cost the groups anything. We've made sure that none of this is a consultant-based model. This is all free to you groups and you activists that are doing amazing work across our state. It's help with and mentorship on fundraising and marketing and messaging and social media, compliance, technology. And we've also invested in the best technology and data available to share with every one of you for free so that you can get out there and reach the right people with the right message, no matter what your role is in this state. If you lead a grassroots group, please reach out to us or stop by the booth and talk to us. We're here to help. The next thing we did is face one of the big challenges that we are dealing with in Colorado as freedom-loving folks, and that it's hard to find news that you can trust. Do you agree? All right. So reporting by the mainstream media has tremendous bias here, and it's controlled by the political left. The political right has many great journalists and radio hosts and some regional resources, but there is not one statewide platform that has been the go-to for freedom-loving patriots until now. The Rocky Mountain Voice is what we created to accomplish that, a digital and live community to bring us together around the truth. Now, Rocky Mountain Voice creates original content and also pulls in all of our favorite conservative writers, radio hosts, and podcasters into one place. So it's bringing everybody together. We're not competing with other conservative news outlets. We're here supporting them and growing our information base so that you can find all the news that matters to you without all the liberal craziness that you have to weed through right now. And guys, it's free. It's all the content all the time for you. There's no paywalls, there's no subscription fees, there's no ads, there's no sponsorships. It's a 501c3 so that you don't have to deal with any of that nonsense to get your news. And it's not just about news, it's about community. It's about having fun as conservatives. It's about having fun, engaging events like we had last night with a few hundred of you. Thank you for coming, it was great fun, and I'm a little tired today, but I'm fired up and ready to go. And then we have our Mountain Minute newsletter, which goes out a few times a week. It's a 5-minute read of the news, the most important news of the day. So if you don't have time, you can click through to the articles. But it's really to break through all the nonsense and get you the news that can help you make good decisions about who you're electing and what policy issues you're focusing on and how to talk to your friends and neighbors about what's going on in our state. Our goal with Rocky Mountain Voice is to provide reliable, quality news and build community to empower us as citizens. So, we're solving 3 big problems that we have here to keep us from gaining back our freedoms. First, we can't get our message out. Second, we don't have good data and technology to reach our voters. And third, we as a movement, we're very well intentioned. I got to know so many of you on the campaign trail and had such a blast traveling the state. And I know all of you had such good hearts, and you're working your tails off right now to try and make a difference. But we've got to figure out how to better coordinate. We have hundreds of activists around the state that lead great groups, but we don't really work together. And that's my goal, is to get all of us kind of working together, but let us keep our individual flavor. We're all very independent-minded, and we have our ideas about how our groups should run. We don't want to ruin that. We want to help everybody with just basic blocking and tackling so you can do you, and you can join the groups that best fit you. So, Texas, Florida, Ohio, North Carolina, lots of great folks in other states have led the way on turning back towards freedom, and we can do it too. Do you believe that? All right. So Rocky Mountain Voice, we're just meant to give you a voice, a new way to reach voters that we haven't had. And our Road to Red team will help you build your grassroots groups strong and bring us together to get stuff done. And our technology partnership will get the best data and tech into your hands to be effective. And if you have doubts, believe me, I did too. I know a lot of people are like, what are your motives? What are you trying to do here? I'm just sick and tired of losing. I want to win again. Are you? Yeah. So some say there's not much trust inside our movement now. That's probably because we've spent too much time letting the Democrats and their allies in the leftist media do our talking for us. Are we done with that? All right. So you and I have to take charge of ourselves before we can take charge of Colorado. You deserve a trusted news service that will keep you informed so you can be effective. And the Rocky Mountain Voice, I promise you, will deliver on that. You are tired of the Democrats winning. You're tired of waiting for things to get fixed. You know Colorado needs a comeback. The tools and tech are coming together to help you make that happen. The way you will make that happen is when we all work together, encouraging each other and demanding that Colorado politicians aim higher. Now. So looking around the room today, I know this simple fact. Colorado's best days are ahead of us. God bless you and God bless America.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, there's actually one bit of business that we can move to, and it will take probably 5 minutes, if that. If you all could turn to page 5 on your program. This is concerning the resolution of the 2024 Colorado Republican State Assembly and Convention regarding the conduct of Republican County and District Assemblies in 2024. This is something that's been done in the past, and we're going to continue to do it. Essentially, what the resolution says, and you're welcome to read it, is that we are ratifying at this level everything that the lower assemblies did. So all the multi-county districts yesterday, and of course the county assemblies all throughout the state, they went through their own process, they developed their own rules, they had their own results that came out of whatever they had put together. We as a state assembly, through tradition and history, always like to provide cover for that process. So the motion on the floor is adopting the resolution of the 2024 Colorado Republican State Assembly and Convention regarding the conduct of Republican County and District Assemblies in 2024. Do I have a second? Second. Do I have any debate? Doesn't look like I have any debate. All in favor of adopting this resolution, please say aye. All opposed, say nay. The resolution is adopted. Okay, one more thing done. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go ahead and give the floor to the next congressman from Congressional District 4 for this special election that's going to happen in June. You all know him. You all love him. He is a great Republican, and he's also a wonderful face for the Hispanic Republicans. Please give a round of applause for the next congressman, Greg Lopez.
Chairman. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, it's a pleasure to be here. It's an honor and a privilege to be selected to be on the special district the special election for CD4. But, you know, a lot of people were asking me, so Greg, what have you been up to? What have you been doing? You know, I don't know if you have heard, but we've been working very hard on trying to not only give parents rights in schools, but also to protect girls' sports. You know, outside, yes, we have to. You know, I've been working along Protect Kids Colorado. There's a table out in the foyer, and these are the group that's been putting the initiatives, the citizens' initiatives. And let me just share with you two of the initiatives that we've submitted in front of the title board and we've gotten title. One has to do with parents' rights. And basically what it says is that within 48 hours, if a teacher or anybody in the school is aware that a student is experiencing gender incongruence, they must notify the parents within 48 hours. The second one is on the sports that says that we want them to declare that only biological girls can play in girls' sports and not allow the transgender boys to participate. Well, we've been in front of the title board since January of this year. We've passed title, but they're so against it. Folks, we are now at the Colorado Supreme Court trying to fight to make sure that we can bring these issues to the public square. I truly believe we're going to win, and we're going to need your help because our window is shrinking as it pertains to our signatures. We got to have these signatures by August 3rd. But, you know, when people say, Greg, what have you been doing? That's what I've been doing. You know, the other thing is, you know, is I'm also the president and CEO of the Colorado Hispanic Republicans. You know, that is a voting bloc that is just dying to become Republicans. And I want to reach out to them. I want to make sure that they understand that we also believe in faith, family, and freedom. You know, one of the things that I want to make sure everybody understands is that I do have an election. June 25th, I will be running against a Democrat. I will be running against a Libertarian. And so it's vital that we stand together and make sure that we win the election in June 25th. Folks, I'm going to tell you this. The challenges that we face as a nation, these are not Republican issues. These are not unaffiliated issues. They're not Democrat issues. These are people issues. These issues that we face as a nation are impacting every single American. You know, I'm a strong supporter in closing the border. You know, we need to stop the invasion that's happening here in our United States. As you know, I'm a strong supporter of the Second Amendment. You know, we must protect the Constitution. I'm a strong defender of life. I wear these little baby feet to remind everybody that, you know what, there is life in the womb, and we're going to protect it. Now, I want to leave you with this saying, because I think it's important, specifically in this time in our history. This quote comes from a great American, someone that truly changed the history of America. And how did he change it? By creating the automobile. And here's what he says: coming together is a beginning. And that's what we're doing here today. Staying together is progress. And we must continue to hold hands and move forward, shoulder to shoulder. But working together is success. So when we band as brothers and sisters and we have a united voice, we will make Colorado great again, and we will save our republic. I need your help and I need your support. My name is Greg Lopez. Thank you very much.
So everyone in Congressional District 4, I'm looking at you, Douglas. Make sure that this man gets elected, because we can't afford a Democrat potentially handing the gavel over to a Speaker, Hakeem Jeffries. That'd be the worst thing in the world. So make sure you get out and vote for Greg Lopez. Ladies and gentlemen, we are that much closer, but not quite. So I'm going to go ahead and use my privilege and recognize Darcy Showing for the purposes of giving us an update on our Let Kids Be Kids initiative. We are currently doing what we can to ensure that minors, children, are not allowed to be given puberty blockers or engage in any sort of mutilation or surgery that would try to change their gender, because that's not a thing. So with that, I want to go ahead and hand it over to Darcy. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Williams. Hello, Colorado Republicans. Thank you for being here today. This is Dr. Wade Goodall. He is one of the proponents of the ballot initiative with myself and Garrett Flicker. He's our director of media. So I'll let you go first, Wade.
Again, my name is Dr. Wade Goodall. I've been a pastor for over 30 years, the dean of a Christian university, and a Vietnam War vet with some disabilities. But I'm here to tell you as a church, we are Christians. We vote with our conscience. We have to vote to protect our children. And pastors, if you're here today, persuade whatever you need to do to help your people vote. We need pastors in churches, and I'm always available to talk to them. So let Darcy bring you the truth about what we're doing right now.
Thank you, Dr. Goodall. All right, everybody, you guys have a brand new newspaper in your hands called The Trumpet, which was put together by Eric Grossman and team. If you open up that newspaper, our ballot initiative, the language that's actually going onto the ballot is listed in that newspaper. There's also a QR code that goes directly to our website. Listen, we know that this is a winning issue. We have Republicans and Democrats coming to us from across the state of Colorado saying it has gone too far. Gender ideology has gone too far. When we have become a sanctuary state for removing young girls' arms to build fake genitalia so that they can identify as males, it's gone too far. So that is why we created our ballot initiative, Let Kids Be Kids. Let Kids Be Kids prohibits gender transitioning, whether by medication or by surgery, of minors. Thank you, everyone. So we have gone through the title board. The left did try to file a challenge this week. What do you know? The Secretary of State actually told us, you guys are out of time. You can't resubmit. Come to find out, the Secretary of State was wrong. And we have it in email form. The Secretary of State was wrong. We will be going back before the title board. We will have this initiative on the ballot in 2024. Every one of you in this room can help us protect Colorado kids. Just because we are in a super minority at the legislature, where legislators are making laws, legislators without kids, without families, are making laws for Colorado families. Like I said, it's gone too far. So we're here to put this on the ballot because we know that we know that Colorado has common sense. If you can carry a petition, if you can donate just $5, scan the QR code in your newspaper, if you can get the word out to your churches, anything that you can do to protect Colorado kids, find me, Wade, Garrett, anybody from the state party. The website is letkidsbekidsnow.com. Again, there's a QR code in your paper. Come find one of us. We would love to have your help. Thank you so much, Colorado Republicans.
Okay, we're going to do some business just to keep things going along here. But before I forget, we have an announcement to make. Will Dan D. Craig please come to the stage to pick up your lost ID? That's Dan D. Craig. Our all-powerful, all-knowing wizard of parliamentary procedure, Gregory Carlson. Give him a round of applause. I forgot to mention him at the beginning, so give him a round of applause again. He has your identification, so Dan D. Craig, please come up and we'll get it back to you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and whip through some of these resolutions. We're not going to do all of them, but we're going to do some of them, especially the ones that I think we all agree on. So starting on page 5, you can look at resolution number 1. Resolution number 1 is to secure our borders now. Who agrees with that? All right, so let's see if we can do a test run here and get through it. Per the rules, there is no debate nor amendment. Is that correct, Mr. Parliamentarian? No debate or amendment. This resolution is as is. So, ladies and gentlemen, resolution number 1, to secure our borders now. All in favor? Well, I'll give you a minute if you want to read it a little bit. How about that? You guys, I'm hearing that everyone's good. I'd hope you are. That's an easy one. All in favor of securing our borders now, please rise. I'm seeing a lot of secure border Republicans in the House. Thank God. Please be seated. Any Republicans who would wish to continue open borders and illegal immigration, stand up if you dare. That resolution passes. All right. Before I forget, I failed to mention this, it's a 2/3 vote to adopt these resolutions. That one clearly passed. So let's go ahead and proceed to the next resolution. The Colorado Republican Party is a pro-life party. Amen? That's resolution number 2. I'll go ahead and give you about a few seconds to read it, but it's pretty clear, cut, and dry. We are pro-life, and we don't make any apologies for it because the unborn need to be protected. They're the most vulnerable among us, and this shouldn't even be a question or in dispute. At least I'd hope you'd think so. So with that, all in favor of adopting resolution number 2, the Colorado Republican Party is pro-life, please rise. You can applaud for that. Please be seated. All opposed to protecting little babies in the womb, please rise. Not seeing any takers. That resolution number 2 is adopted. Okay. Resolution number 3, upholding the Second Amendment. How many people are concealed carry? Oh, yeah. This is the safest place in all of Colorado right now, I'll tell you that. All in favor of protecting and upholding the Second Amendment, your God-given right to defend yourself, please rise. Please be seated. All opposed to keeping guns and instead giving them to crooked Democrats and Joe Biden, please stand. Not seeing any takers on that. Resolution number 3 is adopted. Resolution number 4, parental rights and stopping transgender assault against children. Let's hope we keep the streak going on this one. All in favor of parental rights and making sure children aren't violated by puberty blockers or surgical mutilation, please rise. Please be seated. All those opposed and wanting to indoctrinate our children with crazy gender woke ideology, please rise. Not seeing any takers. Resolution number 4 is adopted. I'm sorry, Bill. This is Bill Jack. He's a great guy. The rules don't allow for debate or discussion, but he's great. I'm sure he had a wonderful thought on this issue, so go talk to him. All right, number 5. This is going to be a good one, right? Election integrity, right? Oh, come on. Give me a bigger one for that. There we go. All right. So resolution number 5 is pretty simple. We want election integrity. We want to make sure that only voters who are eligible to vote actually cast their vote and is counted properly. We want to make sure we return to hand counting of ballots where there's only one day of voting where you have to show your ID. So, All in favor, please rise. Please be seated. All opposed to election integrity and allowing the Democrats to rig the system, please rise if you dare. Not seeing any takers. Resolution number 5 is adopted. Okay, resolution number 6, medical and health freedom. So, ladies and gentlemen, we all remember the disastrous 2020 COVID lockdowns that the government foisted on us. We all remember the mandates. We all remember the jabs and the masks and all that. We don't like that. Would you agree? Well, all in favor of passing resolution number 6, please rise. Please be seated. All opposed and willing to let the government tell you what to do with your medical health freedom, please rise. Resolution number 6 is adopted. Here's a personal favorite of mine, resolution number 7. You don't even know what I'm about to say yet, and you're excited. Jenna Griswold, quite possibly, boo. She is the most awful, awful Secretary of State to ever grace this wonderful state. She's man, what can you say about Jenna Griswold? Just to give you some context, when she's not putting the thumb on the scales and trying to get clerks and recorders to do her bidding, she is trying to remove Donald Trump from the ballot and stealing your votes. So the Colorado Republican Party would not only call for the removal of Jenna Griswold, but potentially even the recall of her as well. So that's right, the media, make note of this. We know you're not going to write something good about it, but we don't care, right? Let the media know you don't care what they think. Media, make sure you quote that. You're already standing, so all in favor of resolution number 7, the removal of Jenna Griswold, keep standing. You may be seated. All opposed, for you lonely Republicans that support Jenna, please rise. Resolution number 7 is adopted. Resolution number 8. This has to pertain to the awful, un-American attempt to remove Donald Trump from the ballot. Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, we do have Republican turncoats, Benedict Arnolds, that wanted to take away your vote, your right to vote for a candidate of your choice. It just so happened to be Donald Trump, and it's because these individuals are never Trumpers. They're upset that the party has been taken over by the grassroots. They're upset that you don't care about what they think anymore, and so they wanted to exact revenge against your champion, President Trump. And as a result, they tried to remove him through the court system, the crooked court system in Colorado. But thankfully, the United States Supreme Court said otherwise. So resolution number 8 is the censure of Norma Anderson and her fellow litigants who tried to steal your vote and interfere in the 2024 election. All in favor of censuring Norma Anderson and her co-conspirators and asking them to leave our party, please rise. You may be seated. All opposed, no takers. We got a few here, huh? Well, too bad, it's not gonna work. Resolution number 8 is adopted. Okay, resolution number 9, supporting the Colorado Taxpayers' Bill of Rights. Just real quick, real quick, I want to give a shout out to Douglas Bruce, the author of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. Because of him and because of his hard work, we get to enjoy the fruits of our labor without the government taking more and more of our money because of him. Even though Democrats constantly try to take away our money and under my table through increasing fees or other things, I just want to say personally thank you to Douglas Bruce. I want to say thank you to all of you who support the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, and more importantly, everyone who voted no on HH so that we wouldn't get hoodwinked by the Democrats. All in favor of resolution number 9, please rise. Please be seated. Okay, all opposed to resolution number 9, please rise. Smart Republicans in here, you like to keep your money. Resolution number 9 is adopted. Resolution number 10, the endorsement of all assembly candidates for state office or higher. Now, the Resolutions Committee had an addition to this because they wanted to clarify what exactly we were trying to capture in that. So I'll ask the AV team, Jeremy, if you could pull up the addition to number 10. The purpose of this is to reward all of our assembly candidates. As of the past several cycles, we've had a number of candidates who have petitioned onto the ballot but did not submit themselves to a vote of the assembly. And it is within your power and your prerogative to endorse these candidates. The addition to this, though, is, I'll read it as follows. It's going to go at the end of Resolution 10, so we're just adding to it. It's, this resolution only applies to candidates who have successfully achieved ballot designation through their respective assemblies, and where any assembly that may have had multiple candidates achieving ballot designation, it will be the discretion of the state officers in consultation with the Central Committee officers of the assemblies in question who may choose to apply this endorsement to every candidate, a single candidate, or none. Ladies and gentlemen, the point here is that we want to have the assembly, the caucus process matter. Right now, multimillionaire Kent Thiry is trying to remove the caucus and assembly process. He is trying to make it so that none of you actually meet in a meeting like this. He's trying to make it so that candidates who want to earn your vote aren't going before you, looking you in the eye, shaking your hand, and making the case. He wants it so that he can turn our election system into California's jungle primary, thus destroying the Republican Party and any reason for us to exist. And so this is an attempt to, again, reward the candidates who stood bravely in front of you and all the other central committees and their assemblies and said, here I am, this is what I care about, vote for me, vote against me, but it's your choice, as opposed to the candidates who use multi-million dollars to snub you and go collect signatures and don't even have the decency to talk to you. So, as the rules state, these amendments and these resolutions are non-debatable, and there is no, one second, ma'am. These resolutions are non-debatable and they are non-amendable. With that, I see we have a point of order. Please state your name and county. 1 second, Kay. Can we get the mic on? Go ahead, Kay.
Kay Rendelman, El Paso County. And unfortunately, I believe this is in violation of Article 3, Section C of the state party bylaws.
One moment as I confer with our parliamentarian. Our all-knowing, all-powerful parliamentarian would like to know why you believe it is in violation of the bylaws.
The section says that the state party cannot endorse unless the candidates are unopposed or Unfortunately, the way the bylaw is written, it says unless the candidate obtained ballot access through not going through the assembly and caucus.
After conferring with our parliamentarian, it is the opinion of the chair that the bylaws specifically state the Colorado Republican Committee acting as an entity or by its state officers or committee does not apply to this convention or this assembly.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Of course. Do you have a point of order, sir?
Mr. Chair. Steve Helwig, El Paso County. Can you explain how this sentence is not one of the prohibited amendments to the original resolution?
The resolution committee is empowered to make any changes as necessary for further clarification or benefit to the underlying resolution.
Thank you.
You bet. All in favor of supporting assembly candidates who have stood in front of you and made the case why they should vote for you, please rise. You may be seated. All opposed, please rise. You may be seated. Resolution number 10 is adopted. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the chair is going to stand at ease for a moment to see if we have an updated credentials report, so hang tight. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're back to order here. The chair recognizes State Senator Mark Baisley for the purpose of an update on the credentials process.
Thank you, Chairman Williams. Are we still having fun? Is it still fun? Yeah. Seriously, there's a nice positive attitude going on in here, and it hasn't always been in past years, right? So this is a good, inspirational, positive, we're going to take this one home atmosphere and mood. I appreciate it. Thank you. And I love you too, Brad Wan. So I don't have numbers yet, but they will be coming soon. I just want to let you know the delay is that there are several counties that have submitted recently their elevations from alternate to delegate. We're still in the process of getting those moved up. So as soon as we're done with those elevations, then we'll have the final delegate number to report. So I anticipate that within the next 15, 20 minutes. So thank you for your patience. We're working it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, in an effort to keep things moving along, what we're going to do, because the credentials report is forthcoming fairly soon, what we want to be able to do is allow for the National Committee woman candidates to at least be nominated and to provide their speeches. We won't vote until we have a final credentials report, and we certainly won't vote until the credentials or the teller committee provides you ballots. So we'll give it about a minute or so, but could all of the National Committee woman candidates start making their way to the stage for the purpose of a nomination and a speech? The chair stands at ease. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to call us back to order here. Vera Ortegon, our incumbent Republican National Committee woman, is the first speaker. So if you could, please pay attention to her speech and please give her full consideration. So the chair recognizes Vera Ortegon and her nominators for the purpose of a nomination to National Committee woman for the RNC.
Larry Crowder, Alamosa, previous state senator. I'm here to nominate Vera Ortegon. I've nominated her twice before from this stage, and I've never regretted it. One of the very finest things Vera did with her committee is what we all wanted, and that's to get rid of Nancy Pelosi, and she's done a great job. I would ask for your support to re-elect her because I think her experience and her knowledge is impeccable. And I do believe that she'd be a great choice. Again, I nominate Vera Ortegon.
It's officially good afternoon, Colorado. My name is Susie Johnson, and I'm from the Denver metro area. I'm also president of Denver Republican Women. I've had the honor and privilege of working with and knowing Vera for a long time, and I can testify to her honesty, integrity, incredible work ethic, and amazing ability to work with all Colorado Republicans. It is my honor and privilege to second the nomination of Vera Ortegon for Republican National Committee Women from Colorado. Vote Vera.
Well, good morning again, Colorado Republicans. Thank you, Senator Crowder. Thank you, Susie Johnson, for such a wonderful and kind words. I accept your nomination. Thank you very much. In 2016, when I ran for the first time as a National Committee woman, I made two promises. Promise number one, that I will write a report every single time that the RNC will hold a meeting so you could know what kind of a business was conducted at the RNC. Promise kept. And then there was a second promise, a promise that I made to myself, and that was to serve Colorado with distinction. I think that has happened true again, because the members of the RNC say that I have the reputation of being a serious, respectful, knowledgeable, and trustworthy member of the RNC. No wonder why the members of the RNC has asked me to be part of the executive committee of the RNC. It is that trust factor. And I have to tell you, I think that President Trump knew exactly about me because he invited me to be part of a 6-member delegation to Taiwan to deliver a private message to President Tsai. Thank you. 5 months later, he asked me again, invite me to go on an 8-member delegation to Israel to deliver a message to Prime Minister Netanyahu. That was such a fantastic moment, and I think it is great to represent not only the United States, but Colorado globally. But what makes me very proud is what I'm doing here in Colorado and in the United States on voter registration for Hispanics. When I got to the RNC, there were only 5 Hispanic members among the 168, of which 3 were from Puerto Rico. So we got together and we formed a little group, and we said, we have to increase voter registration among Hispanics. We have to really seriously do something. We formed a plan. We presented it to the RNC leadership. We presented to the Trump White House. We presented to the Trump administration. They gave us their blessing, and we started working on that. I think that plan was extremely successful because in 2016, only 8% of Hispanics voted for Trump. Today, it's at 45%. That is why we have to unify. That's because we need to win in November, and we have to bring President Trump back to the White House. As for me, I was born and raised in Colombia, South America. I came to this country to become a microbiologist and a biochemist. But then something very special happened to me. A very special date that is engraved in my heart. And that was the day that I got a piece of paper that said, Vera Oregon, naturalized citizen of the best country in the world. Every time I say that, I get goosebumps. But that day, the judge also said, respect the flag, defend the Constitution, serve your country, and vote in every single election. I have done that. And then it says, with that paper that you are holding in your hand, now you have the green light to go and chase your American dream. And let me tell you, people, I have had a wonderful American dream. Married for 45 years, 2 sons, 1 a doctor and 1 a lawyer, 2 wonderful daughter-in-laws, 4 grandkids that are beautiful and sharp, a businesswoman, and known for my DNA research. But what makes me equally honored is what I have done politically. Precinct chair for 30 years. Yes, please. Precinct chair for 30 years. Not an easy task. Water commissioner to defend the water rights of Pueblo, my hometown. The water rights of the Arkansas River and the water rights of the Colorado River. A city council member, president of city council, a presidential elector in 2012, and you saw today that I'm honored again to be a presidential elector in 2024. A candidate for lieutenant governor, and the rest of the time has been serving you as your national committee woman. Here in Colorado, I'm especially honored that when you call me, I answer that phone. When you wrote to me, I responded. When you praise me, I thank you. When you critique me, I especially thank you. When you asked me to meet you in person, I was there. And when you asked me to speak in a group, I accepted it on your behalf. That's why we have to elect President Trump in November. We have to get unified win in November, and put President Trump. I have received wonderful endorsements at the national level, at the state level, and at the local level. But I tell you the endorsement that I want today, and it's your individual, personal endorsement by voting for me today. I want to be reelected because I have worked shoulder to shoulder with President Trump. We worked on voter registration, we worked on election integrity, and I know he's going to be elected, right? He is going to close that southern border, and I continue to work with him on that project. I am Vera Oregon, your National Committee woman, and I hope to vote for you so I continue working with President Trump. Thank you very much.
Vera Ortegon has been properly nominated. Just housekeeping traffic stuff. As we have supporters for the candidates come down here, please make sure you're using the middle aisles so that any other supporters for other candidates can easily enter the front area to show their support. The chair is going to call up Christy Fedora and her nominators up to the stage. So the chair recognizes Christy Fedora and her nominators for the purpose of a nomination for National Committee Woman. State Representative Ty Winters, everyone.
Good morning, Colorado Republican. It's good to see you all today. My name is Ty Winter, Representative, House District 47, and it is my distinct honor to nominate Christy Ruckus Fedora to be your next RNC committee woman. She's a mom, she's a wife, she's a friend, she's a Republican, but most of all, she's a blue-blooded American patriot. I'm not going to stand up here and give you a long speech. The process of electing the RNC committee woman is upon us. We are tasked with the job of hiring the most qualified individual to represent us all at the state and national level. This is a job interview. Every job interview should include a resume. So here we go. Christy Ruckus is the grassroots candidate. She runs the Pueblo County Patriots. She organizes flag wavings, rallies, meet and greets, sign wavings, door knocking sessions, Patriot Call emails, election integrity events. She travels to counties all around the state to do assembly trainings. She is a member of the Pueblo County Republican Party, which turned Pueblo County ruby red. She's also the vice chair of CD3. She's enthusiastic, she is available, she is responsible, and she is knowledgeable. And she is a very responsive person that will get back to you ASAP. Her greatest quality of all is she is a uniter and will respect all Republicans. That resume is why I am nominating Christy. That resume is why I'm voting for Christy. And that resume is why I ask you, the Colorado Republican delegation, to throw your support behind Christy Ruckus Fedora. Patriots till the end. God bless you all.
I am the second nomination for Christy Fedora. I don't know how to follow that. Welcome to Pueblo, Colorado, the home of heroes. One of the things that I want to say is that right up here on stage is my hero. When I took this position 2 years ago, I was a stranger to politics. I was a mathematics teacher for 30 years. And Christy stood beside us, and we turned Pueblo red. She knows what it takes in local politics, and it's my fundamental belief it's local politics that changes the world. And we need to change Colorado, and Christy knows how to do it. And I am throwing my support behind Christy Ruckus Fedora. Thank you.
Good morning, Colorado Republicans at the Colorado State Assembly. It is my privilege to do the second for Christy Ruckus Fedora. Now, there's a few things I'm going to say this morning that everyone here needs to listen to very closely and very acutely. And Christy has done something amazing in Pueblo County that we all know, but it needs to be resonated. The first thing I want to say is Christy is a builder and a uniter and a leader. Let's be honest. When you can take Pueblo and take that blue shade and change it to a ruby red or a red shade, you have done something that has not been done in this state as of late. And it's amazing and it's real. Her youthful leadership, her charismatic, uplifting personality, always positive, is something I feed off of as a state leader, as I represent House District 63, and as the Colorado House Minority Whip, and as a candidate for CD4. She gives me positive energy, and we need that in Colorado right now. Now I'm gonna say one more thing, and everybody in front of me and behind me needs to listen. When Republicans fight Republicans in the public square, Democrats win. Wake up, Colorado. We can have our fights behind closed doors. We can have them in the backyard. But when we walk out the front door in the Colorado open space, in front of the media, in front of our peers, in front of those unaffiliated that have walked away from Republicans, we need to be united. And this lady unites. She's done it in Pueblo, and she's going to do it in this new capacity. So I am privileged to give the second.
Well, hello, State Assembly. The first thing I want to do is I want to welcome you to the red county of Pueblo, Colorado.
Yeah! 100%.
My name is Christy Fedora, and down here they call me Ruckus, and that's because the Democrats know better than to come for our Republican Party now. I want to go ahead and ask my county, Pueblo County, to stand up. A lot of them are down here, but I want to ask them to stand up because it's because of these people here and those people in Pueblo County, all of these volunteers, all of these people that are delegates, that are voters in Pueblo County, that we were able to flip Pueblo County red. And I want to thank them. I love you guys. So as Ty said, I am a wife, I am a small business owner. I've been a truck driver for the last 21 years, and I am proud of that. The one thing that I am most proud of, I am the mom of a 6-year-old little girl named Jasper, and I homeschool my daughter because I know that she's going to get the education that's based on God, that's based on our Colorado principles, that's based on our Republican principles if I educate her at home. And I know that this Colorado is not the Colorado that I grew up in. I am a Colorado native. I grew up in Arapahoe County, Aurora Central High School. I went to college in Durango, Fort Lewis College, and my husband and I built our home here 18 years ago. We are proud Colorado natives. And I want to make sure that this state is a state that my little girl, your kids, your grandkids can be proud to grow up in like I was. As a co-captain for election integrity here in Pueblo County, we collected data that we put together on the Colorado Canvassing Report. As a truck driver, I took that data and I put on that data, how secure are your elections? We made it into an 18-inch by 18-inch QR code and we slapped it on the side of the rig so that people knew what was going on in Colorado, from the north to the south, east to the west. If I'm elected as your next Republican National Committee woman for the state of Colorado, I will advocate for you. Now that President Trump has rolled into the RNC, I know that we are a Tier 1 battleground, and we deserve resources and we deserve the money to make Colorado red again. I've been into many of your counties while I've been campaigning, and I met a new friend along the way who told me that I was more of a free-range chicken. Well, now that we've got the biggest rooster on the yard back in the barn, I think that it's time for a little bit less of the way things used to be and a little bit more free-range chickening. Bok, bok. So if you elect me as your next Republican National Committee woman, I will advocate for you. I will be available to you. I will communicate with you. There's not a single person in this room that should not have my phone number. You will hear from me before the meetings, you will hear from me after the meetings, and you will be able to call me before those meetings happen so that I can carry your voice as your committee woman. I'm not big on endorsements. I know a lot of people put credibility to them, but I just want to tell you about 2 endorsements. Yesterday, I found out that I have got the RMGO PAC endorsement, and that's important to me because I have stood at the Capitol with these gentlemen and all of our caucus to make sure that our Second Amendment is not trampled on. The second endorsement that I got came at a very, very special time. It was the day before the 4th anniversary of my dad's passing. I am the daughter, very proud to say, of 2 Army veterans, and my dad passed 4 years ago. And sometimes I wonder what my dad would think about all of this. And as I was sitting there thinking about it, I got a call, and I got the endorsement from the Veterans for Trump. And that was very special to me. So I just want to ask you for your confidence to make me your next Republican National Committee woman. I will stand for you. I will advocate for you. I will fight to make sure that Colorado is returned to the red state we are proud of, where we can raise our kids and they can know the value of being a Republican. My name is Christy Ruckus Fedora. God bless you. God bless Colorado, and God bless America.
Yeah. Hey, stand here a second. We're going to do something fun. Watch this. It's going to be fun. Christy.
Yes, sir.
I have a little objection with these free-range chickens as a 3rd-generation cattle rancher.
Well, what's that? You can't object to these free-range chickens, sir.
Get out of here.
Thank you so much. God bless.
Hey, having fun? No? Come on, you got to have a little fun.
I am having a little fun. Richard Holtorf, he's a character.
Thank you. Got a little excited fighting for y'all. I accept the nomination for your next Republican National Committee woman for 2024. Thank you.
Christy Fedora has been properly nominated for the position of National Committee Woman. The chair now recognizes Laurel Eimer and her nominators for the purpose of a nomination to National Committee Woman. Laurel, please come to the stage with your nominators.
Well, hey again, everybody, and thank you for my re-election. I know it was a very tough choice. Do appreciate it. I rise now to nominate Laurel Eimer to join me on the RNC. She's a fellow Coloradan, born here as I was, and as you will hear, a rock-solid, rock-ribbed conservative. One of my greatest reasons for optimism, during my first term on the RNC was the rise of Turning Point Action, Charlie Kirk's group, as he activates and organizes and trains young people from high school on up. And he is a force for good in this country because he's training young conservatives. And I frankly had planned to stay neutral in this race. But when Turning Point Action endorsed Laurel, that got my attention. They endorsed me, and I thought it made sense to really think about running as a slate. And I've had people coming up to me today with this rumor that Turning Point dropped their endorsement. It's just not true. I called Turning Point yesterday to verify it. So it's kind of a shame to me that for this race that we're seeing such nasty playing. Photoshop pictures and drop nominations or drop support. It's just not true. Laurel's been Tea Party as long as I have. And when my wife passed away last year, as many of you know, I couldn't lead meetings anymore. Laurel and her family showed up, and they kept the fire alive at the Arapahoe Tea Party. I was very grateful for that. Jenny Beth Martin, who founded Tea Party Patriots, is a good friend of mine. I continue to work with her and have since almost the beginning of Tea Party Patriots. And Tea Party Patriots endorsed Laurel. They also endorsed me. And so when that happened, I decided that this was just too important to stay on the sidelines. So Laurel and I are the Turning Point Action slate. Laurel and I are the Tea Party Patriots slate. And I think that matters. Laurel is a battle-tested America First patriot and activist extraordinaire. You've probably seen her on the campaign trail. You may have seen her at meetings around. But she's powerful on the stump, and we need a powerful voice to speak out on the stump, even from the RNC. The RNC is changing, and we need to support that change with new, powerful speakers, new, powerful people. Laurel Eimer is that person. I know that she would have joined me in voting against Ronna McDaniel. I know that she would have joined me gleefully in voting to censure Liz Cheney. That was fun. I wish I could do it again. But the bottom line is Laurel will be a strong conservative voice on the RNC for constitutional conservative Tea Party principles and reforms that can make a difference for our kids and our grandkids. And that's why I'm standing up here. So I hope you will join me in voting for Laurel. The last thing for me on a personal note, back during COVID, my unvaccinated self got COVID, and so did my family. And Laurel and her family, again, stepped up, bringing medicine and food, groceries, and things like that. I had nothing to offer her then. That was just something that they did from the bottom of their heart. And our family received the same kind of love and support from many of you, of course, but from Laurel and her family when my wife passed away last year. She's a quality person. She will vote right. And I hope you'll join me in supporting her as your next National Republican Committeewoman. Thank you.
Thank you, Committeeman Corcoran. It is my honor to second the nomination of Laurel Eimer for our binary Republican National Committee woman. Laurel was a member of the initial Parable lawsuit to overturn Prop 108 to close our primaries. You can clap at that. And as a fellow conservative stalwart, Laurel is the only candidate for the job. With over 30 endorsements in this race, the swell of grassroots support, the choice to support Laurel is clear. The RNC is long overdue for representation with a backbone and the grit to stand behind our conservative principles and our president, Donald J. Trump. And by a show of thumbs, who here supports Donald J. Trump? Go ahead, keep those up. Awesome, I just had to take that opportunity. I have no doubt that Laurel Eimer is and will be that strong support Colorado deserves. With your vote today, we can ensure a grassroots victory in 2024. I ask that you vote for Laurel Eimer for Republican National Committeewoman, and it is my pleasure to welcome her to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, your next Republican National Committee woman for the great state of Colorado, Laurel Eimer!
Hello, everybody. Hello, Colorado Republicans. Is anybody here awake? Because you all look like you're sleeping. It's time to wake up and get on your feet and save America and save Colorado, and it starts today. I want to thank Randy Corcoran and Commissioner Lori Sain, for your faith in me. It is with honor and gratitude that I accept the nomination to be your next Colorado National Republican Committee woman. It is time for a unified, America First, pro-Trump, grassroots team at the Republican National Committee. With your vote today, I will represent you the way Colorado deserves to be represented. If I'm given the chance to fight alongside Randy Corcoran, the RNC will be met with an educated and experienced team willing to fight tooth and nail to rebuild our party and lead us to victories in 2024 and beyond. That's what you're here for. Our nation is a precious gift. It's fragile, yet resilient under the care of those who hold freedom dear. It pains me to witness how in recent times the stewardship of this great American experiment has suffered under the hands of the Republican Party, as if Reagan and Lincoln's legacy means nothing. But in the middle of it all, one leader has stood firm: President Donald Trump. From the moment he announced his candidacy in June of 2015, I have been a steadfast ally in our shared mission to defend this republic from adversaries both within our own party and in the radical left. For the past 8 years, I have been an instrumental member of the MAGA movement, serving as the 2016 chair of the Jefferson County Trump campaign. I was a 2016 presidential elector and a Trump national nominated delegate in 2020. I was Trump before being Trump was cool. Now I am actively involved in our party organization as a bonus member, holding our leadership accountable to both the state central committee and the executive committees, ensuring that Republican Party truly represents we the people. This position is larger than just one person and one county. We need a skilled individual with vast experience to drain the swamp at the RNC. My name is Laurel Eimer. I am an embodiment of the American spirit. My journey is not marked by titles, but by an unwavering commitment to our country and a proven dedication to conservative values. But friends, it is clear that our party and our nation face a significant crossroads. As Republicans, we have squandered majorities and become so divided that at times we are nothing more than a circular firing squad, more focused on our own accolades and titles than the good of the party and this country. For 24 years, we've had the same stagnant leadership from our National Committee women, both past and present. This is why I got in the race, because our National Committee woman had voted for Ronna McDaniel 4 times. Our party will not survive 4 more years. We must correct our course. The Republican National Committee must reignite its pioneering spirit. As Republicans, we must focus on the battle at hand, making America great again. I am reminded of a quote that I hold near and dear to my heart by J. Horace McFarland. It is the love of country that has lighted and it keeps glowing the holy fire of patriotism. That is that very love of country that has brought me to this stage today. That is why I'm running to be your next Republican National Committee woman. I intend to channel this patriotism to revive our party and hold the RNC accountable to you, the American people. I will do everything in my power to secure our elections, stop the lawfare, recruit Generation Z voters, engage and educate the grassroots, and return our rightful President Donald J. Trump to the White House in 2024. My pledge to you is unyielding. I will serve with accountability, dedicating myself to the restoration of our party's core principles. I will be accountable to the Colorado Republicans, our President Donald Trump, and our party platform. I will always vote with your conservative values at heart and the America First values as my first and only priority. The journey ahead is not without challenges, but together we can reignite the holy fire of patriotism from the strength of our convictions and the legacy of our grand old party. The spirit of America is vibrant and undeterred, and it is alive in all of us in this room today. And I ask you to join me as we lead our party in a return to patriotism. God bless you. God bless these United States of America. And remember, the best is yet to come.
Did you accept the nomination?
I did.
Okay. She did. She did.
Laurel Eimer has been properly nominated for the position of National Committee Woman. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do, we're actually processing the final count for the Credentials Committee, and the Teller Committee is about ready to go with ballot distribution right after that report comes out. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute recess so that you all can stretch, go to the bathroom, whatever you need to do, and we'll be right back into it. So 10 minutes from now, we'll come back to order. We are now in recess. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get going now. Before we get to Congresswoman Lauren Boebert and Matt Gaetz, we have a few housekeeping items to finish off credentialing. So please make it to your seats and let's all quiet down if you can. For purposes of updating us on credentialings, the chair recognizes State Senator Mark Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So folks, I gave an incorrect number last time. I apologize for that. The number that I gave, which I believed at the time to be the number of delegates, because that's what was the response I got from the staff, was actually the number of folks who had registered at that point. So the numbers as they stand, and I am not ready to make a motion for this, but the numbers currently are 1,820 delegates and 235 alternates. Not ready to make that motion yet because we have more to elevate from alternate to delegate. I'm going to have Tom Bjorklund, who wrote the software and is running this. So we'll really need the county party chairs to pay attention now, because you're going to get some instructions, a subset of you, about elevating your alternates to delegates. And Tom's going to take the microphone as soon as he hands a sticker over to somebody. So if y'all, county chairs specifically, if y'all would pay attention to Tom Bjorklund.
Hello, fellow Republicans. I've got an announcement to make for certain counties that they just move up all their delegates, and we're going to force it on the computer. And so just make sure you get a D sticker for the following counties for all delegates, okay? First one, Delta County has 6 alternates that are present. They all need to be moved up. Douglas County has 10 alternates. Move them all up to delegates. Eagle County has 2 alternates. move them all to delegate. El Paso County, 54 alternates, move them all to delegates. Gunnison has 2 alternates, move them all to delegate. Jefferson County has 34 alternates, move them all to delegate. Kit Carson has 1 alternate, you are now a delegate. Mesa has 8 alternates, move them all to delegate. Montrose, 4 alternates, move them all to delegate. Ouray has 1 alternate, congratulations, you're a delegate. Park County has 1 alternate, you are now a delegate. Pitkin has 1 alternate, you are now a delegate. Pueblo has 22 alternates, you are now all delegates. Rio Grande has 1 alternate, you are now a delegate. San Miguel has 1 alternate, you are now a delegate. Teller has 8 alternates, you are now all delegates. Washington has 1 alternate, you're a delegate. Last but not least, Yuma. They have 3 alternates. Yuma can move all 3 of their alternates up to delegate. Now, the way to do that is the county chairs will need to give you a green sticker for your badge so you can vote. The following counties have partial move-ups. Actually, there's one more, Alamosa. The first county, all 2 of your delegates can be moved up. Okay, in Custer County, they have 9 alternates. You can only move up 1 alternate. Elbert County has 19 alternates in the building. You can only move up 10 alternates. Fremont has 9 alternates in the building. You can only move up 2 alternates. Garfield has 9 alternates. Move 5 alternates to delegate. Huerfano. Where is Huerfano? Can I hear you? Okay. You have 6 alternates. You move 1 alternate to delegate. Jackson. That only has 1 alternate. You are a delegate. Los Animas has 5 alternates. Please move up 2 alternates to delegate. Lincoln has 2 alternates. Move 1 to delegate. And final, Otero County has 6 alternates. Move only 2 to delegate. Congratulations to the alternates that have been moved up. Get your green sticker from your county chair. Congratulations.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you're hanging out in the hallway or elsewhere, please make it to your seats because we're going to go ahead and roll into the keynote speaker, Matt Gaetz. So I'd like to introduce Congresswoman Lauren Boebert so that she can introduce her esteemed colleague, Congressman Matt Gaetz. Lauren is our current congressman out of Congressional District 3. She's doing fantastic work for us and is an ardent Donald Trump supporter. So please give us a round of applause for Lauren Boebert.
Patriots! Colorado GOP, this is what this is all about. We are here to secure and fight for freedom. Each and every day we are working together to take our state back. Y'all, I gotta tell you, you made me a little emotional today. What an honor to get top line in Colorado's 4th Congressional District's primary. I got 21 great counties here that I've been traveling to and meeting some amazing people. It's an honor to earn your support, to earn your trust. CD3, I love you so much. You were the first people to believe in me, to believe that I would stand for you and fight for you, that I would properly represent you in Washington, D.C. And I still will remain true to that and not let you down. This isn't goodbye to CD3. We are expanding our territory. We are uniting every district from the 1st to the 8th. We are taking ground each and every day and showing the extreme liberals that we refuse to back down. God says his soul has no pleasure in those who draw back. We aren't like those who draw back. We press in, and we will not be silenced. When we are silenced, we give up all of our authority. When we are silent, we lose by default. And this is not a room full of losers. We are victors. What's wrong with it? Like this one? All right, praise the Lord. All right, pause, ready? We're at state GOP. We're a bunch of stiff-necked, some of us rednecks, most of us. We have our own ideas, we have our own thoughts, we have our own opinions. It's part of being in the Republican Party, right? We don't just go along to get along and do whatever Nancy Pelosi tells us or whoever it may be. So sometimes things get heated, they get passionate because we care, because we love. So I want you all to join with me in a group exercise. Ready? I want you to look to your neighbor, pick the pretty one, the one with the best hat, whose ever breath smells the best, and repeat after me. By the authority of God's word, you are not my problem. Now, some of us had to say that to ourselves. That's a revelation on its own. Listen, our founding fathers believed in freedom so much that they turned to the Word of God and they lived by faith, just as God said. Freedom has been my motto since I stepped up to serve. But in freedom, there's faith, and in faith, to do what God says, to live by faith, you must fight that good fight. I think this is a room full of people who are ready and prepared for the battle ahead. Relentless. And our founding fathers took that command to live by faith, and everything that they did, you could see the living Word of God. They declared independence while they were still under the rule of tyrants. They did what Habakkuk 2 tells us. They wrote out the vision and they made it plain for all to see so everyone could help them carry that vision out. God says if you declare a thing, it shall be established. God says to call those things that be not as though they were. Our words are creative power. What are you creating with your words? What are we magnifying and giving attention to with our words? Are we only going to complain about what Joe Biden and the extremist liberals are doing? Or are we going to speak life into La Plata County, into Weld County, into Denver County, into Montrose? Are we going to take what we see in the natural and create what we know God's vision for Colorado is? Our founding fathers didn't stop there. In Mark 11:22, God tells us how to speak to mountains. Do we have some mountain movers in here? God didn't tell you to complain about your mountain, talk about your mountain, camp on your mountain, go around your mountain, homestead on your mountain. He said to move it, get it out of the way, and cast it into the sea. And he said, when you stand praying, believing God for the promises that are yes and amen, yes and so be it, he said, believe that you receive it. So when you ask God for something, when you declare a vision that's bigger than yourself, a vision so big that you know you can't do it in your own capacity alone, believe that you've already received it. That's what our founding fathers did. And on July 4th, 1776, they celebrated their independence without being free. There was laughter and singing and dancing. There was music, fireworks. They even shot off guns. I think we could still do that a little bit in Colorado, right? But then they fought the good fight of faith. Then they went into battle and brought that victory home for everyone and created the greatest government, the greatest form of government, a government of, by, and for the people, a government where you are the rulers, where you are the ones who give consent to be governed. It's your voices. And today, we are going to leave this place more united than ever. I see you, Chairman. Give a round of applause for our chairman so he gives me 2 more minutes. We are going to leave Pueblo County more unified and ready for this election. We have down ballot races that matter. We have President Trump, who needs us now more than ever. And together, I know that we can do it. It's primary season. People say things. Holtorf doesn't like I'm from Rifle. It's fine. He's got 5 degrees. I got a GED. I think he calls that veteran leadership, right, Holtorf? Where you at? Y'all, it's an honor to serve you. Coming from a Democrat upbringing, being put in that cycle of poverty, waiting in line for bread and government cheese, to developing a work ethic and learning that I could do a better job taking care of myself than government ever had, and making sure that this remains the land of opportunity for generations to come. My very best friend is backstage, and he came here for you, to energize you, to motivate you. This is the man that I sit next to on the House floor. Take on Kevin McCarthy and the leadership, change the House rules, strategize with. And as a bonus, I get his wonderful wife, Ginger Gates, to go work out with and be my best friend too. This is a man who loves you, the people. This is someone who isn't a slave to the donor class, the special interest groups, and the lobbyists. He relies on you and is your voice, and that's who I want to stand with in Washington, D.C. Colorado, it is an honor for me to introduce to you Florida's 1st District Congressman, Matt Gaetz.
It is great to be in Colorado. And if you don't mind me saying so, this is Donald Trump's party, and I am a Donald Trump Republican. Oh, you have such a wonderful state. This Florida man is honored to be in the mile-high territory of the Rocky Mountains, and you've got the big peaks and the big pastures and the beautiful open sky sunsets. And everybody here seems to have like an activity they do. You've got the riders and the hikers and the kayakers and the bikers and the rafters. This is a state of activity. This is a state of big ideas, and this is a state that has bigger dreams than the small mind and decrepit state of Joe Biden could ever deliver on. We've truly seen some of the worst here in Colorado, too. Your tyrannical governor was eager to embrace lockdowns in the face of people's desire for freedom. You've got policies that emerge out of your blue state legislature. They're wondering if aliens are real in Washington. I wonder if they're the people coming up with these strange ideas, oftentimes in your state government. And your Secretary of State, that Griswold woman, is a loon, is a total and utter nut. Thinking she could take Trump off the ballot, she got smacked down 9-0 from the Supreme Court. And I mean, think about it. Ketanji Brown Jackson doesn't even know what a woman is. And she knew Trump was going to be on the ballot here in the great state of Colorado. And so sometimes the fight requires us to be the most tactical and the most determined when we fight behind enemy lines. And all of you know that here. President Trump knows it too. It's why he's returning to a glorious re-election and reinstatement to ensure that all of us live better lives, whether we're in red states, purple states, blue states, whether it's the people who like Trump or don't like Trump, we all were more prosperous here at home. We were safer around the world. I want those days to return so that America is at her greatest again, not in the diminished state of Joe Biden. Here in Colorado, you also ensure that America always holds the high ground. It is one of the greatest honors of my life to nominate and send folks to the United States Air Force Academy just down the road. And whether it's the innovations in hypersonics or artificial intelligence or space, we have tremendous patriots who are working every day in Colorado, and we have veterans who we cherish who move back to make Colorado their forever home. And it is a disgrace what Joe Biden and Lloyd Austin have done to our military. It truly is. We all remember that after the sequestration years of Barack Obama, President Trump rebuilt our military. He made the investments. He ensured that for our veterans, we had VA choice so that you could have more options for your health care. And then Joe Biden got in and put those generals in dresses in charge of the Pentagon. And they were more worried about whether they were having drag shows on military bases than whether or not we were training the next generation of great warriors to secure the homeland. They were more worried yelling at that Chinese spy balloon about what its pronouns were instead of shooting it down. I want a military that is lethal and that is effective. We are growing great American warriors, not social justice warriors. And you may know some of these folks, but 8,600 brave, patriotic Americans were driven out of our military as a consequence of that vaccine mandate. There are entire NATO countries who have a military that is smaller than the number of people that we just disgracefully separated from their life calling. When Donald Trump is back in the White House, we will restore the rank and back pay of every one of those service members who wants to put the uniform on and stand up for the greatest country that has ever existed in all of mankind. And it is hard to talk about the good coming out of Colorado without talking about my wife's favorite member of Congress, the person who carries the flame for the America First movement, my good friend, Congresswoman Lauren Boebert. Lauren inspires so many of us each and every day. And you see how the media, they always want to make the story about Trump or about Lauren or about me because we are the ones fighting for you. We're the ones putting your interests above the foreign interests abroad and the special interests here at home. We want to change Washington where you don't have all these disparate issues jammed together in one 3,000-page bill. A serious nation deserves term limits, a balanced budget amendment, and single subject bills. President Trump believes these things. President Trump actually gave us a budget that balanced, and the problem was we had too much of that Paul Ryanism and Mitch McConnellism, and they did not seize the opportunity of the Trump presidency. My friends, my mission in life right now is to ensure the United States Congress is better prepared for the second term of Donald Trump than we were the first, and that means Congress must change. And by the way, in order to get those changes, we are going to need a little bit of backup, and that's why it's easy to see why President Trump has endorsed your state party chairman, Dave Williams, for Congress. I join him in that endorsement, and I look forward to having you there in the fight with us. You see, courage is contagious. I saw a lot of those weak ones up there. They sure got a stiffer spine when President Trump laid out a vision and a course of action. And that is what is so inviting and inclusive about our movement. You see, President Trump is a builder. And that which is built in real life must first be envisioned in the mind. We have a president right now who literally escaped criminal prosecution because the prosecutor said the elevator didn't go to the top floor. Like, if you can't be responsible for your crimes, then you shouldn't get to hold the nuclear codes because you don't have enough mental acuity to be president. And you see, for Congress to change, indeed, it will take term limits. But President Trump has also called for other important ethics changes. There should be a lifetime ban on members of Congress becoming federal lobbyists or registered foreign agents. I don't mind. Maybe I mind a little. I don't mind if Deion Sanders uses the transfer portal, but if you get to represent the United States government in Congress, you shouldn't get to enter the transfer portal and go work for China or some other adversary of America. And while we're on sports metaphors, for the same reason you don't let the referee bet on the game, we should embrace President Trump's call to ban members of Congress from trading individual stocks. Tough on them, better for you. You see, with President Trump, we will have that great success and wealth here at home, but we will also be safer around the world. I mean, when President Trump was in office, even the dictators were on their best behavior. Like, Putin invaded during Obama's term, he invaded during Biden's term, but he didn't do it during Trump's term because Trump understands peace through strength. He understands that America is at her strongest, not when we're trying to be the block captain of Mogadishu or create some democracy out of a sand dune in Central Asia somewhere, but when we are the most inspirational and the most effective and the shining version of ourselves, that's when other countries will want to embrace our values. Not because we are engaging in forever wars without winning that Biden seems to have drawn us into. I remember when I was sitting with President Trump, and they brought him the pictures of the little children who had been gassed in Syria by their own government. And it shook him as a parent, as a grandparent. But we didn't go and decide to do regime change in Syria. We didn't go try to send our service members to die on their streets. President Trump dropped 68 Tomahawk missiles on the base that launched those attacks. We reset deterrence. That's how you deal with evil. Not by accommodating it, not by getting baited by it, but by responding with great force. And then you look at Iran. Joe Biden funded Iran. They sent billions of dollars to Iran, and then they wonder why we see all of this violence and hate and harm to Israel, a land with a 4,000-year connection to our faith. Well, I prefer the Trump policy of Iran, where we don't send airplanes full of cash, we send bombs to take out Soleimani when they try to kill Americans who are defending all of us. But our deepest and most sincere obligation is not to people in faraway lands, but to people here in our nation, America first, always, without policy or without exception or without apology. And that means that we have to prioritize securing our border before we send billions of dollars to defend the borders of other nations. Joe Biden has surrendered our border. Total surrender. And you know what? Any Republican who is willing to continue funding this Biden government and the wokeism and the waste and the attacks on our nation without securing our border, they are collaborating with the enemy. And so, look, I would love it if all we had to do was attack the Democrats for what they're trying to do to our country. But just like if a man dresses up like a woman, I'm not calling him a woman. If a Democrat dresses up in drag as a Republican, I'm going to call them out for being the Democrat they are. With President Trump, we will have tax cuts. We will have bureaucratic agencies that are not trying to stop business and development, but actually want to empower us. And by the way, you know how to do that here in Colorado. Your people are a great bounty, but you sit on a great bounty of oil and natural gas reserves and resources. Let's unlock the potential of America by unlocking the great energy resources that are right here at our disposal. I hear, you heard there was that earthquake in New York. It was very frightening to people. It was disruptive to commerce. It damaged businesses. And when local leaders heard about the effects of the earthquake in New York City, they offered it asylum. They thought they could be a sanctuary for earthquakes. I'll tell you this. Inviting the third world's asylums and prisons into your state or into your city does not make your community a sanctuary. It makes it a hellhole. And a lot of those New Yorkers are now making their sanctuary in my beloved Florida. And I just tell them, y'all come, but leave your Democrat voter registration card back in California, back in New York, and don't try to change the place you're coming to by making it more like the place you leave. I have to raise this issue about our veterans. We have so many veterans here, and you really didn't hear a lot of politicians talking about veteran care and veteran opportunities until President Trump ran in 2016. And one of the first pieces of legislation we passed was VA choice, so that we could allow our veterans to get the best health care in the United States. And then the Biden administration came in and they strangled VA choice. They said, if you want VA choice, first you have to go through the VA to get it. Well, that blows the whole point. In the United States of America, our veterans and our military families are our greatest treasure, and President Trump will fix this, and he will not rest until every veteran in this great country has the best health care available in the world. And so stand with us for our veterans, for our police, for our first responders. We're for low taxes, they're for low T. We're for skills training, they're for DEI training. We want to secure the U.S. border, and they're trying to secure the borders of lands far away. My friends, there is no cavalry coming. We have been given as our birthright the greatest nation that has ever existed. And so we need you in every jurisdiction, in every county, to stand with President Trump. And I'll leave you with this story. I was in New Hampshire. He always sends me to the cold places to campaign. I'm a Florida man. You know, Byron Donalds got to go to the Virgin Islands to campaign. I got New Hampshire. I love New Hampshire. So I'm up there, and I was chatting with this gal in a coffee shop, and she runs up to me and she says, Congressman Gates, my boyfriend is going to be so upset. He's not working today. He's a big fan. He would love to meet you. And I said, well, you know, let's take a photo. Let's send it to him. I said, can you make sure that you vote for President Trump in those New Hampshire primaries? And she said, oh, yeah, I'll do that. And I said, well, can you make sure your boyfriend, who's not here today, will you get him out to vote too? And she said, well, Congressman, since you asked, I'm not just going to get my boyfriend to vote for President Trump. I'm going to get all of my ex-boyfriends to vote for him too. And so carry the spirit of that barista into this election cycle. Get your vexes and your exes, get your in-laws and your outlaws, your neighbors, your fellow churchgoers. Let's put this movement together. Let's invite people in, and let's win like we've never won before. Thank you all so much. Thank you for supporting your great chairman, Congresswoman Boebert, President Trump. It is the honor of my life to fight for you. Thanks for having my back, and let's go get them.
Stay on your feet. Let's get a picture with the 3 Trump-endorsed Congress candidates. Come here. God bless y'all. And if Holtorf's here, I promised I wasn't going to make fun of you for mentioning Dan Crenshaw yesterday. Love y'all.
All right, please be seated. Let's give one more round of applause to Congressman Gates. Well, if that doesn't fire up, I don't know what will. So folks, we're going to go ahead and move into the opt-out question so that we can keep business flowing while we wait for the final credentials report. Let me give you a little bit of a primer here. And again, this is going to be in your programs. The opt-out is a mechanism by which the Colorado Republican Party can opt out of the open primary through our caucus and assembly process. The problem that we're facing is that we have a number of Republicans who probably don't support Donald Trump, who want to keep us within the open primary. In other words, to allow Democrats to influence our elections, to allow unaffiliated voters who are left-leaning to mess within our nominations. And so it has come to this point where your state Republican leadership feels there is no other option. We will continue the lawsuit, and we have high hopes that we can potentially win, but the deck is stacked against us. And so what we are asking this assembly, what we are asking this convention, is to empower the Republican Party to finally get out of the open primary starting in 2026 and beyond. In order to do that, we need this committee to vote yes on the opt-out order, which is in your program. If you read it, what you'll see is that it allows us to direct the state central committee to finally do what they should have done all those years ago when the opt-out was first passed. Your state leadership team supports this effort and supports this move, and without it, we will forever be in the clutches of the open primary. So if you want to close it, vote yes on this measure. Now, this order is not amendable, but it is debatable. So we have 10 minutes of debate. Those who are in favor, we'll get the microphones back down here if we could. If the teller committee could go back to their post too, Jeff Young needs to talk to you. But if we could please get the microphones down in this area so that we can allow for debate, that'd be great. We're going to have support for opting out of the open primary, and against will be over here for staying in the open primary and not opting out. And this is on page 5 in the right-hand corner if you guys want to read it in your program. So again, we are going to be voting on the State Assembly and Convention directing the State Central Committee to opt out of the open primary. Those who are in support, please line up here. Those who are opposed, please line up here. We'll go ahead and start with support, and total debate time is 10 minutes, and individual speaking time is 2 minutes. So we'll go ahead and start with the support. Mr. Bonniwell, please state your name and county for the record.
Chuck Bonniwell, Adams County. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. I've been working for more than a half decade to free us one time from being controlled by Democrats and unaffiliated. You have one chance to finally get your own freedom. Will you vote for your freedom? Will you vote for Donald Trump? Will you vote for America? Support the resolution.
State your name and county, sir, for the record.
Kevin McCarney, Mesa County. I have a bit.
Please allow debate. Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah. One, I'm insulted. I have been a Donald Trump supporter from the very beginning. This is not about this. Why do we have a central committee then? Why don't you just eliminate it, Dave? You know, you lost in August. That should have been the end of it. And now you want to bring it up here and then force the central committee to not count negative votes. Really? That's not democracy. That's not a republic. That is a dictatorship, and that's what you're trying to do.
State your name and county, sir.
Mr. Chairman, Robert Nielsen, Pueblo County. I support you. I support this initiative. I support everything that you're asking for here, and I disagree with the gentleman that just spoke.
County and name, sir.
John Nicholas, Delegate, Larimer County. This is not a formula for winning elections. This is a formula for losing. The problem is that California Democrats and billionaires are spending millions of dollars to try to pick our primary candidates. They aren't trying to pick the candidates who are going to win the general election. They're trying to pick the candidates who will lose. If we have fewer voters in our primaries, we are going to make it easier for those billionaires to pick our candidates.
Name and county, ma'am.
Mary Thunberg, Adams County. In 2022, 59% of the voters in our primaries were unaffiliated. We lost most of the elections in Colorado in the general. Kent Thiry, T-H-I-R-Y, a billionaire, started open primary campaign across the country. We succumbed in 2016. And so what basically that means, and I've been to Democrat meetings where they proudly announce, I can make one phone call and I can get 2,000 Democrats to do whatever we ask them to. This was in Boulder, okay? So if they can motivate their people to unaffiliate from Democrat Party. And I've been to the Boulder Democrat Party office, which is frightening, by the way. Anyway, the point of the story is that they will get them to be able to do whatever, to unaffiliate, and then they get to go from Democrat to unaffiliated, and they decide who fights in our general elections. Vote for this, please.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Nina Anderson, First Vice Chair of Mesa County, fourth generation Coloradoan. Hello, Colorado. This is a systematic way to disenfranchise our voters. I am 100% a Trump endorsement person. In our county, we have 38% registered Republicans, but 65% vote Republican. This will be a way to turn Mesa County red. This is not a winning formula. And if you like losing, then go ahead and support this. But being a crybaby and trying to make this pushed through without the state central committee is not a winning formula. Thank you.
Hello there, Gary Hubble, Delta County. I recall when Lauren Boebert was running in the last election cycle against Adam Frisch, that exactly this tactic was used to load up a bunch of unaffiliated voters to vote against Lauren and actually vote for Don Coram, who was censured by all 9 counties in his district. And so I support your motion, your amendment entirely. I think if anybody wants to vote in a Republican primary, then they can goddamn well register Republican.
James Bristol, El Paso County. I am all for Republicans voting for Republican leadership. However, this resolution says that there are some who vote to prevent the passage, whose votes will not be counted. Damn it, it's the Democrats that don't count votes, people. We count all the votes. We cannot pass this with that section in it.
Laurel Eimer, Jefferson County. As most of you know, I'm an original named plaintiff in the lawsuit to overturn the unconstitutional open primary for Prop 108. We must stand behind this amendment. How many times have we voted on this now? We need to settle this issue today, once and for all. It is time to close the primary, close the loophole of these people infiltrating our ballot, giving us the weakest candidates so that we lose election after election after election. It stops today. Why on earth would we allow General Motors to sit in on a board meeting for Ford when they're building their new Mustang? They would never let that happen. We stop it today as Republicans. Stand up, have a backbone. We're giving power to corporatist elitists by having open primaries. Look what they did with Nikki Haley. You were upset about the delegates for Nikki Haley? How do you think that happened? Close the primary loophole today so that we can stop Kent theory and ranked choice voting, which is coming next on our ballot. Thank you.
My name is Mary Garland from Mesa County. I just wanted to offer a different perspective. I have 2 young adult children who are disenfranchised with much of what they have seen in both parties when we get so internally focused. And so they have both registered independents. We raised them and have given them educational opportunities to understand conservative principles. And in fact, I know that each of them has in fact voted for conservative principles and conservative candidates, but they are registered as independents because they want to have access to all the information to make informed decisions about candidates and issues by getting the information from both sides. So I just offer that as a different perspective on what an open primary allows, is that they get to choose which primary they vote in, and they choose the candidates that represent their interests best. It's just a different way of looking at it.
Mr. Chairman, Mark McAllister, Mesa County. Mr. Chairman, the Central Committee has addressed this issue, and the vote was around 65%. I believe the state legislature requires 70% because the legislature is making the rules for our party. This is wrong. Whatever votes we're not getting from the unaffiliated, we're not getting. We've already lost that. Let's show leadership. If you want to be a Republican, join our team. Thank you for what you are doing.
Mr. Chairman, Chris West, Weld County. I just wanted to say that there are plenty of states, plenty of red states that have open primaries. Texas, Louisiana, Utah, all of these states have open primaries, and yet their Republican Party has not collapsed. The Colorado Republican Party began its decay in 2004 when we lost the legislature. I would like to say that Donald Trump, one of the biggest virtues he's had is he's brought a lot of non-traditional people into the Republican fold. People like my girlfriend, who I'm soon going to propose to, who was originally a Bernie Sanders supporter, but then switched over to supporting Donald Trump after the Democrats rigged their primary. I think that we should be open to new types of voters, and so I would respectfully disagree with this measure.
Christina Blunt, Larimer County. To be a Democrat is a choice. To be an independent is a choice. To be a Republican is a choice. We, for the same reason, we do not allow boys to compete in girls' sports. We do not allow independents in the Republican Party. There is no such thing as a trans Republican!
The time for debate has expired according to our rules, so we will need to go into voting. Thank you so much. Do you have a point of clarification, sir?
Point of clarification, Mr. Chairman. Bill Paulson, Weld County. So if we exercise the opt-out rule, what happens then? Do we nominate candidates for legislature and presidentship by convention?
If this assembly and convention adopts this order, it will direct the Central Committee to opt us out of the open primary. We will use a convention a caucus and assembly process.
Mr. Chairman.
One second, let me answer it and I'll get back to you. It would allow for a caucus and assembly process where delegates like you will select our nominees for the general election. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, Danny Moore, Arapahoe County. Can you tell us by what authority are we bringing this vote? What is the role of the Central Committee when we've had this vote once before already?
Sure. The authority by the state by the state convention and assembly is enshrined in CRS 1-3-1062. Right now, this assembly and this convention has the ultimate authority over all Republican central committees that are below it. You guys are the boss, and so you can direct by rule how the Central Committee will operate and conduct its affairs. This is not only in state law, but it was also affirmed in an order through Judge Brimmer in the lawsuit saying that the party can direct by rule the encouragement for an opt-out. And so this is what we're doing in line with his order along with what state law says.
Mr. Chairman, Caleb Robinson, Garfield County. Point of clarification. It says that we have the negative votes will not be counted at the denominator of any vote, as well as not counting in those members voting in the negative part of the total membership. So is that saying that those that don't agree won't be counted in the voting delegation? I'm just confused.
So what that means is that anyone is welcome to vote no, but for purposes of opting out, it won't count in the total membership because state law requires that 75% of the Central Committee opts out. The problem with that is we have a number of Republicans that are forcing us in the open primary. September, we had an opt-out vote where your Central Committee voted 65% to opt you out. But because of state law, 65% is somehow a losing number. We have a tyranny of the minority going on right now, and the only way to do this legally is through the opt-out order that you see.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Kathleen Chandler with Arapahoe County. Is there a reason why you're combining both of these in one single vote? It just seems like they should almost be two separate votes because you're conflating the two. The reason that some of us don't want this to pass is not because we're not supportive of Donald Trump and because of all that the opt-out would bring, but because of this part of that resolution that disenfranchises those that decide to vote. So this has already been voted on by the Central Committee, and it was in the negative, and I think by conflating them and bringing them together, you're actually causing more confusion than needs to be.
Thank you. The time for debate is over. And just to be clear, the Central Committee answers to you. You have the ultimate authority as the Assembly and the Convention. So if you want to opt out of the open primary, you can direct the Central Committee to do so. The time for debate has expired.
Point of clarification, please. Marcy Freeberg from Huerfano County. If I'm understanding this right, and please set me straight if I'm wrong, if I were to vote no, my vote is useless.
Your vote would be recorded and logged as an objection, but for purposes of counting and achieving
I'm sorry.
For purposes of achieving the opt-out threshold as enshrined in state law unfairly, it will not count towards that denominator.
So anybody that I want to make sure I understand how I'm voting. If anybody were to vote no, the dictatorship says your vote's useless. Got it.
Sir, do you have a point of order or clarification?
Yes, point of clarification, please. In the possible situation where this were written differently and the negative vote counting part of it were left out, what would be the consequences of the votes of the Central Committee going forward?
The 35% of the Central Committee that wishes to keep us in the open primary would continue to win the vote if we didn't do it this way. So if you want 35% of the Republican Party to tell you you have to stay in an open primary, then that is the consequence. So, debate is over. Now it's time to vote. All in favor of opting out of the 2026 open primary and in perpetuity, please rise. Please be seated. All opposed, please rise. Please be seated. The 2024 State Assembly and Convention has hereby ordered the Central Committee to opt us out of all open primaries in perpetuity. Thank you. We're going to go ahead, thank you so much. We're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute recess so that we can get a final credentials report and an update from our teller committee. Thank you so much. We're in recess.
May I have your attention, please? Will Elbert County please forward their alternate names to be moved up to delegate? Elbert County, you have 10, and we need to get their names. Or their badge IDs would be preferable. Huerfano has one alternate. Please report it to the Credentials Committee. And that's all.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we actually have a final credentials report. So if everyone could get back to their seats, we're going to be distributing ballots and voting for National Committee Woman. So everyone make it back to your seats. We're going to come out of recess here very shortly. Also, I want to make a reminder to everyone that is a national delegate. If you were elected as a national delegate at your congressional assembly or you were elected today, remember after the conclusion of this meeting, we're all going to huddle together, take care of a few housekeeping items, and ensure that we organize ourselves properly for the Republican National Convention. I'll give it about another minute, and we're going to get out of recess very shortly. Jeff Young, if you could make your way to the front of the stage. We're about to end recess here. We have a final credentials report, and everyone's anxious to get a vote for National Committee Woman. Okay, I'm going to go ahead. We're back in session here, so we're out of recess. For purposes of a final credentials report, I recognize State Senator Mark Baisley.
Thank you, Chairman Williams, and thanks everybody for your patience. It's a complex system. Some folks came in late. One guy had an excuse for being late that I want to share with you, because I'll bet this does not happen at the Democrat Assembly. We had one guy come in who said, "I'm sorry that I'm hours late, but I was working over at Peterson supplying intelligence information to our troops on the other side of the world." So the Patriots are here. All right, this is just a point of note of the 236 alternates. We were able to elevate 184, so that is good. I apologize to the 52 that were remaining that we were not able to elevate. But Mr. Chairman, there are 2,009 delegates. And on behalf of the Credentials Committee, I respectfully move the adoption of the amended credentials report at 2,009 delegates.
The motion has been offered by our chairman. It does not require a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Chair recognizes State Senator Mark Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the credentials are closed. No more.
That is a proper motion and does not require a second. All in favor of closing the credentials say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. All right. We're going to go ahead and have our Teller Committee Chairman, Jeff Young, come up and explain ballot distribution and voting. So the chair will remain at ease for about a minute or so that Jeff Young can make his way to the stage. Stay put. Oh, real quick, before I forget, we all don't like Jenna Griswold, right? Just so you know, there are articles of impeachment against Jenna Griswold. They're being heard on April 9th at 1:30. If you would like to maybe not storm's not the right word, overflow into the Capitol so that you can let your voices be heard, please go to the Capitol and let them know that Jenna Griswold should be sent packing. So again, April 9th at 1:30, you can talk about the impeachment of Jenna Griswold. Hang tight. We're going to get through this. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have a representative of the Teller Committee, James Knox. He's from Maricopa County. You may have heard of him. James Knox is here. He's going to explain how we're going to distribute ballots and how you're going to be able to vote securely and safely. So the chair recognizes James.
Thank you very much. For those of you that don't know me, my name's James Knox. I'm from Queen Creek, Arizona. I am the state lead for Cause of America of Arizona. And we have kind of morphed the hand counting into the process that we're going to be doing today. So it's my honor to be here consulting on this. And Jeff is back there printing out the final lists of who is credentialed. So I'm going to explain how this is going to work. It should be pretty simple. Due to time, we're kind of going to make it a little faster and easier on you. And I'm going to turn around and look. Okay, I wanted to see what the slide was since I didn't see this. Wasn't planning on doing this. So, in a minute, they're going to bring up all the poll boxes to show that they're empty in compliance with state statute. Once we release you, we will release you by county, El Paso going first. Do you want to know why El Paso? I'll let one of the other counties tell you. Anyway, you will go up and enter on this side, on my left, And you'll see 4 distinct rows. At the beginning of the row, there'll be a big placard that is green in color, and it will say the alphabet, meaning your last name, starts with K or whatever, that you will go down. You will go and find your table that your last name should be at. So mine's KN, whatever Knox would fall under, that's where I'd go if I was a delegate. You will go there, and please have your ID out. Now, they will look at your ID, they will look at your credential, they will mark your name off the list. They will punch a hole through your sticker and the card and hand you the ballot. There are pens there. If you want to vote right then, it's a really long ballot. There's make a choice. You can fill it out, hand it right back. They will punch the other one to show that you returned it, and you can leave out this side, and you're done. If you feel like I don't want anyone to see who I chose, I know who you are, you can go ahead and there's some tables kind of on the back side. It says secret ballot. You can mark it and then walk back to the same table and show your ID then. They will check it and mark it off. So the first method allows you just to show it once because you're not leaving. The second method, you'll have to see it again, and that's per what you voted earlier today to change the rules. We will then, once polling's closed, just so you're aware of this, it'll be closed to you. Our volunteers who are credentialed will then vote. And just to keep everything on the up and up, there'll be 2 volunteers for each section of the alphabet. One of them will go to their table to vote, while the other one sits there and oversees that ballot box and credentials if there's another volunteer. They will then go back to their table and the other one will go. So we're going to make it sure that it's, completely legit and they have a time to vote where they're not, left out. At that point, if you want to watch the hand count, I don't know what they have on the agenda for later on this afternoon. We invite you to feel free to go up into the bleachers. If you could, keep the sound a little bit down because it is a process where they'll be counting. But please watch. When we did this in Maricopa County for their Central Committee meeting, we counted 2,500 ballots, 18 races in under an hour, with far less volunteers than you have. Now, we've proven this method, and every single time we do it, we tend to learn a little bit more of how we can replicate it. In Maricopa County, we had it set up to where every ballot had 10-way security paper. We could tell if it was when it was copied, if it was ripped. We had infrared lights, so when it sat on the table, if it didn't have the right pattern, it was put out. And we actually put some fake ballots in to catch our own teller team, and it was quite productive. So we think that this is leading towards the standard for hand count, and it's transparent. Jeff Young, are we ready to bring out the polling boxes? I can't hear him, so someone's going to have to wave a hand or magically the boxes are going to come out. I see him back there. There he is. So for those of you that don't know, Jeff Young and I met through Cause of America, and we've had a lot of great times together, but he's really represented your state in a wonderful way with the utmost of integrity. And let's give it up for Jeff. For those of you that might be challenged physically, I don't know what the right word is, so we'll just leave it like that. I don't mean mentally. If you would just raise your hand while they're voting, and we actually have a team that's going to come out to you and check your credentials and will allow you to vote right there so you don't have to fight the crowd. If you want to fight the crowd, go ahead. When it comes time to where we're starting to say, hey, polling's preparing to close, if you didn't vote because someone didn't get to you, get someone like to yell and scream, jump up on the bleachers, whatever, because we don't want to leave you out.
Hey everyone, sorry for the delay here. So, if you remember 2 years ago, some dude at the front of the stage trying to make a resolution, but not even getting a microphone to speak. So 2 years ago, that was me standing here with no microphone, not getting hand-counted paper ballots. 2 years later, we now have hand-counted paper ballots. And the process we put together should be really quick. We have a lot, there's room back there. Anybody wants to watch the process itself after you vote, they're up on the bleachers. You can actually watch. We're open, we're transparent, and it's very secure. So you guys will see everything. You'll get to see a fast hand count. We're going to be counting the equivalent of 4 precincts. So this is a combined 4 precincts we believe we can count in easily under an hour. So we're trying to also show this is a legal hand count. The methods used here can actually be used within the state. Only for those counties, though, unfortunately, that are smaller, because the Secretary of State made sure to put a screw you provision in the legislation. But everything we are doing here can be scaled up or down depending on the size. So that's the other beauty of this process that you guys will see, and you guys will get to see it firsthand once we start releasing delegates. So what we did is, because we didn't want 3,000 people storming the teller area all at once, we're going to have a release schedule. Everybody has a group. It's going to be up on the Jumbotron. I'm also going to say it. There were also papers handed out. In case you didn't get the papers, you're still going to hear me. And I'm sorry, I know I have a perfect voice for newspaper, but you're going to have to hear me anyway. And then also, the Jumbotron will be going as well. So they'll queue up the Jumbotron. It'll show the counties in the release group, because the way we did this was to try to get equal amounts of delegates going at one time instead of 3,000 at once. So I will walk through that, and what will happen is that we'll call like release group 1. It'll be up there. It'll also say El Paso County. Release group 2. Larimer, and so on and so forth. So we will say it, you'll hear it, you'll know when it's your time to go up and get your ballot. And we're also going to do the combined. You can get your ballot and you can vote right there. You can get your ballot or go sit back in your seat and vote if you want to vote in your seat, or you want to talk to your wife because she's really making your vote. You can do that as well. What? Let's go. All right, everybody. Okay, teller committee. Teller committee, let's show those boxes. Let's get those 29 beautiful people showing those empty boxes. They are coming.
Box number 1 is heading down.
Here comes box number 1 over to this southwest side. And they're clear boxes too, so you guys can really see that we're not putting any ballots in there. And here they come.
Of course, I get that. So when the parade's done.
What's up with you? All right, we'll release in just a second. We're just letting the teller committee get everything ready to go. IT team, can you put up the PowerPoint? And then can I get someone from the teller team to just signal that you guys are ready? All right, and just to give you guys a quick heads up, the last release group will be a lot of counties because the small counties got grouped together due to delegate count. So the last group, there's only 6 groups I'm going to call out, 1 through 6. Once again, can I get someone from teller to signal when you are ready? Ready? All right. All right. First slide, please. El Paso County, you are number 1. El Paso County, hold on one second. Someone is. Come on. Oh. Okay, El Paso County, they want to release you by row. Not my rules, not my rules. Okay, that's El Paso County. That's El Paso County controlling El Paso County. Okay, next release group. Douglas County and Larimer. Winner, winner, chicken dinner for Douglas County and Larimer. And please follow your county chair's instructions on release.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just wanted to turn while you're waiting to vote and mingling, I just wanted to turn your attention to an opportunity for a Lincoln Day dinner in Pueblo. So I'm going to turn it over and learn more how you can be a part of their Lincoln Day dinner. Who's the guest speaker? Byron Donalds, Congressman Byron Donalds, another hero of the House. So go ahead and let everyone know.
Hello, Colorado. We are so happy that you are here in Pueblo. We're also doing our annual fundraiser on May the 4th. Byron Donalds is going to be our keynote speaker. Lauren Boebert will also be there. But I'm asking you, as a fundraiser, for those of you who would like to attend, we still have plenty of seats left. But I'd like to ask you, how much money are you planning to donate to the Republican Party this year? You have a figure in mind. So what I'd like to suggest is that you buy a table at our fundraiser. That will be a fundraiser for the Republican Party, and you can sit with whoever you want because they'll be your guests. So, we'd like to invite you. It's May the 4th. You can get all of the information at pueblorepublicans.org. Please make your reservations today. They're going fast. The food will be fabulous, but the fellowship will be better. So, we'll see you on the 4th in Pueblo at the Convention Center. Thanks.
Okay, if you are voting, please have your badge and your identification ready. As you approach, please have your badge and your identification ready at the teller station. Also, as a side, if you would like, you can take a picture of your ballot, and then you can actually audit it. Nobody else has the numbers on that ballot, but we're going to have an anonymous way for you to go and make sure your ballot counted. So just take a picture of your ballot after you vote and keep that. And we'll let you know where you can go and actually make sure that your ballot was counted.
Ready? All right, next group release. Group number 3. Group number 3. Adams, Arapahoe, Jefferson counties. Oh. And as a time check, that now is halfway through already. We're already halfway through the voting process.
Good job, Jeff.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to just call your attention as you're lining up to vote and mingling to Laurel Ann. She has an announcement about the petitions that she's circulating. Go ahead,
Thank you very
Laurel.
much, Jeff. Thank you all for being here today. I really appreciate your civic engagement. My name is Laurel Ann Flahive. I'm the House District Chair for 22 and the Marketing and Development Director for Colorado Life Initiative. Many of you are wearing, oh, thank you. Many of you are wearing the sticker today that says, I signed it. And I really appreciate all of you for standing for life and standing for the voiceless. We have petitions outside just through this door. If you haven't gotten a chance to sign the Colorado Life Initiative to protect every living child from conception to adulthood, I'd really appreciate it if you could go over there and stand with us and be pro-life. This sticker, if you want to take it off your shirt after today and put it on your water bottle or your computer or something like that and be proudly pro-life and tell people that you stand with the Colorado Life Initiative to ban abortion in Colorado. We thank you for your support, and we're very, very, very close to getting it on the ballot in November 2024. Thank you, yes. So thank you for all your help and all the work that you guys have done. We appreciate it. And have a great day. Oh, and this is the fabulous Anne who's been helping us, but if you haven't gotten a petition, they need to be returned by Wednesday, so you have a few more days. If you want to take a petition to end abortion in Colorado, you can pick them up at the table over here, take them with you to church on Sunday, and get even just a few more signatures would really help us get over the finish line. Once again, thank you guys very much.
We have one more announcement. Who's a fan of Tim Tebow? You guys remember when the Broncos were doing good? Tim Tebow. So we have a nice lady here who wants to tell you about the Callings Dreamers Ball that's going to be held on June 22nd, 2024. Floor is yours.
Thank you. How are you guys doing? Good. My name is Cassandra Brunson, founder and CEO of The Calling, also radio host of To All the Dreamers radio show. You guys can catch us Monday through Friday at 12 and 8 every day at 12:20 a.m. Would love to be able to have you guys tune in, as well as be a future guest if you would like to talk about your dreams and calling in life. I would love to personally invite all of you to come to the Dreamers Ball. We are advocating for every single person to go after God's dream on their life, and all of you are doing that today. So we just appreciate all of you. You guys might see a flyer. If not, you guys can come up here. I'll leave one. You can scan the QR code. But know the future belongs to those who dream, and especially God's dreams. God bless all of you.
Okay, we got a flood of announcements coming. I want to go ahead and introduce our Jefferson County Chairwoman, Nancy Pelosi, not to be confused with Nancy Pelosi. Nancy has an announcement about their upcoming Lincoln Day dinner.
Thank you, Chair. I have some exciting news. I got an email yesterday while I was here and was confirmed that our Liberty Dinner on May 4th will be Governor Kristi Noem. Isn't that fabulous? So we will be limited to 350 seats. We'll get the information out this week, but please come. She's fabulous, and you need to come over to our Liberty Dinner. It will be in Lakewood, Colorado on May 4th.
As a reminder, if you're a national delegate that was selected at the congressional assemblies or today, at the conclusion of this meeting, we will meet so that we can organize our national delegation to Milwaukee for the Republican National Convention. So please don't leave if you're in that category, and be sure to come up to the stage afterwards so we can make sure that we do that. Thank you so much. Okay, we have another announcement from one of our illustrious groups within the Republican Party. I have the chairman of the high school Republican Party. Why don't we give him a round of applause? I'm going to go ahead and give him the floor so he can make an announcement. The floor is yours.
My name is Lyle Knitzer. I'm from Florence, Colorado in Fremont County. I am a senior at Florence High School. I am also the chairman of the Colorado High School Republicans. I just want everyone to know that there is a high school Republicans out there. We are growing in Colorado, and we are meant for high school students to have a group that they can be supported by, so they're not alone in speaking and they're not scared to voice their opinions. So I just want everyone to know that there is a group out there supporting our high school students who want to get involved. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we actually have more young Republicans than you may have thought. I'd like to introduce this dynamic duo here. They represent the young Republicans. They want to share a message with you so that you can potentially engage with their organization and help Republicans win, not only in your age bracket, but theirs too.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello, Colorado Republicans. Who's excited to see the long-awaited comeback of the Young Republicans movement here in Colorado? Who is tired of hearing the Democrats say that they are the voice and provide the solutions for the younger generations? When I was elected chair of the Young Republicans, we were non-existent. We now have a presence in over 1/3 of the state. Thank you. We are moving to get the Young Republicans chartered in all 64 counties. So I have a job for every one of you here when you go home. Reach out to the youth in your county, talk with your county parties, and establish a county Young Republicans chapter and get the youth moving once again. My generation is fighting to bring back Colorado, and we are trying to bring it back to its definition. For those of you who don't know, Colorado means red. There's one more person from my board I would like to speak tonight. Everyone, please hear it up for my Vice Chair, Sean Verhoff.
How's everybody doing tonight? I got with me the next generation of young Republicans. Are we tired of losing? Is it about time we get together and join together and go win Colorado back? It is time for us to unite together, work together, start building our coalition back, and we're going to do this with the Young Republicans. We need all of you to come on and support us. So come join us, and let's bring Colorado back and win red this year for Colorado.
Hello, everybody. Hope Shuppleman, your vice chair. Hey, I have a wonderful woman here, Leslie Parker, vice chair for Delta County. She has an announcement for you all.
Thank you. Hi, thanks everybody for turning out today. Just wanted to say we're having a huge Hispanic outreach event in Delta County on May 4th. It's called a Matanza. It's sort of like a community group event, kind of like a pork cook-off. So that's May 4th in Delta County. We'd love to see a huge response from people. And again, this is our Hispanic outreach event to open our community to show that we share the same values of faith, family, and freedom. Thank you.
Hello, hello again. I have another announcement. I have Vanessa Ruckles from La Plata County. She has an announcement from La Plata County.
I just want to let everybody know we will be having our Lincoln Day dinner July 20th. If you haven't been to one, they're amazing. And our speaker is Teagan. Hope to see you all there July 20th.
For that Lincoln Day dinner for La Plata County, just so you guys know, the tickets are available on our website. You can go to La Plata County GOP and purchase tickets and or a table. Thank you so much.
All right, next release. Release Group 4. Denver, Mesa, Pueblo, Weld County. Group 4, you are released for balloting.
Hello, hello, another announcement from Larimer County.
Hello, Colorado. I know you're standing in line, but if you want to have a really fun night, come up to Larimer at Loveland, and we're going to have a casino night that'll blow your mind. Come up and see us.
I have another Lincoln Day dinner announcement. This is from Kit County. They are going to be having their Lincoln Day dinner May 12th at 6 p.m. in Burlington. I have an amazing announcement from Rocky Mountain Gun Owners in Escalante. He has some things he wants to talk to you guys about.
What's going on, Colorado? How many here love our God-given right to keep and bear arms? How many here are sick and tired of the radical leftists in Denver trying to strip us of all of our gun rights? Well, I want to give you guys a little bit of a legislative update on what we're doing right now with the gun bills. So, Rocky Mountain Gun Owners, I'm our Director of Operations. My name is Ian Escalante. I am our head lobbyist, so I am down in the swamp almost every day dealing with these absolute nuts who think they have a right to dictate whether we can defend ourselves or not. It is absolutely insane. We are currently looking at 10 gun bills right now, 2 of which we have hearings that are coming up this very week. Our number one priority right now is stopping the so-called assault weapons ban. Now, here's the deal. This assault weapons ban is not your grandfather's assault weapons ban. It doesn't just go after the scary black guns, the AKs, the ARs. It goes after every firearm in common use. The way assault weapon is defined in this bill is it's anything that's semi-automatic, takes a detachable magazine, has a threaded barrel, and a muzzle brake. The Glock 47 I have in my car right now would be considered an assault weapon and would be illegal if this bill passed. On top of this, it will go ahead and shut down 80% of gun shops across the state of Colorado. 80%, it will ban most of their inventory. They are going to go out of business. We have a couple other bills that are currently moving right now. There is a bill to mandate liability insurance for gun owners. Pretty much what it would mean is if, like you have insurance on your car, in order to have a gun in your house or at your business, you would be required to pull out an additional liability insurance policy. And the crazy part about this is that the insurance companies, when you pull out that policy, are allowed to ask you for pictures, the make of your gun, the model of your gun, and the serial number. They are creating a gun registry through the insurance companies. And if you think the insurance companies are not going to share your information about the firearms you own with Jared Polis and Phil Weiser, I hate to tell you, you are sorely mistaken. So we have to fight back against this at all costs. We have 2 gun bills coming up this week. One is House Bill 241353. That would create and mandate a new permit for gun shops across the state. What that would mean is on top of their federal firearms license, they now have to comply with all these new regulations that the state wants to set up, including fingerprinting all their employees, forcing every employee in the gun shop to take a state-administered exam, and also subjecting that gun shop to random searches and seizures from the Colorado Bureau of Investigation and Department of Revenue. They would not need to obtain a warrant before showing up and searching and seizing the gun shop. Exactly. What they can also do, if this bill would pass, is they can go ahead and confiscate all of your 4473 background check forms that you have submitted to the gun shop so they can now know exactly what you were buying. That bill is coming up before the House Finance Committee at 1:30 on Monday. We have a really good shot of killing this bill in finance. There are 4 Republicans on that committee, and 2 of the 7 Democrats have voted right on gun bills in the past and are under an insane amount of pressure. So I need you guys to show up to the Capitol. If you can't show up to the Capitol, testify online and make your voice heard against this bill. The second bill that's coming up is going before the House Judiciary Committee, and that is Senate Bill 3. That would give the Colorado Bureau of Investigation increased authority to go around and prosecute people who have magazines over 15 rounds. So all the counties that have Second Amendment sanctuaries, CBI would now be tasked with going into those counties and enforcing the magazine ban, overriding the local sheriffs and district attorneys. That is at 1:30 before the House Judiciary Committee. Couple more things I want to close with. Rocky Mountain Gun Owners is fighting like hell to make sure these bills do not pass. We have a table right outside that entrance. When you please stop by our table, sign our petition against the assault weapons ban. We're going to be delivering over 200,000 petitions to the Colorado State Senate here in the next 2 weeks. If you sign your petition today, we can make sure that your petition is added in and that your senator gets to hear directly from you that you oppose this absolutely insane measure. Excuse me? 131? Yes, so the sensitive spaces bill? Yes, that bill is currently on hold. It passed out of the Senate, it's on hold in the House right now. So what we really need to is we need you to go by that table, help us out. We need backup. We're going to be preparing for more lawsuits. Give what you can monetarily and via human capital. Sign our petition. And we also have a banquet that is coming up very soon. So we're going to be doing it in Douglas County. Stop by our booth to find out more about our banquet. Get tickets. You can sponsor as well. We need to fight like hell. We have 30 days left of session. The next 30 days are going to dictate whether Colorado is able to preserve our God-given rights or whether Colorado will follow the same track of failure that failed states like Illinois, Washington, and California have followed. I can tell you, I live here. I'm not going to let that happen, and I need you all to stand with me and fight back. So come see us at our table. Thank you all so much.
How do you follow that? Colorado, we need to fight. We need to put those people into action. Make your voice heard. Every single gun bill I have testified remotely. You don't always have to go to the Capitol, which is actually the best thing to do, but you can do it remotely. I'm going to introduce 2 more people that want to talk about their Lincoln Day dinner. I have Montezuma County Lynette here. Here's Lynetta. She is the chair for Montezuma County. She wants to go ahead and announce a little bit of information on her Lincoln Day dinner.
Hello, fellow Republicans. What a refreshing afternoon, day it has been to be in a room with people like-minded. Thank you very much. Montezuma County is proud to host our Montezuma County Lincoln Day dinner. It will be on May 17th. At the Cortez Elks Lodge. We are proud to announce that our guest speaker will be Trent England. He is the founder of Save Our State and is fighting against ranked choice voting. Tickets are available on our website. They are $75 each and $700 for a VIP ticket. We also have some fun activities to participate in so that we can enjoy and have a laugh that evening. Please come join us. Thank you.
Okay, I have another county that wants to introduce and talk to you a little bit about their Lincoln Day dinner. I have Rick from Fremont County. Thanks so much, Rick.
Good afternoon, Colorado. Are we having fun? I just wanted to announce that Fremont County's Lincoln Day dinner will be June 15th, Saturday, June 15th. I also wanted to announce that we are going to the Capitol on April 25th to support our congressmen and ladies with their fight for the gun rights and everything. I want to apologize to the people that have to support Nikki Haley. I'm sorry they have to do that. I want you to know that Fremont County Central Committee voted to support Donald Trump before the presidential primary. We were in his corner the whole way. Thank you, Colorado.
Okay, next release group. All right, we got Boulder, Delta, Eagle, Elbert, Fremont, Garfield, La Plata, Montezuma, Montrose, Morgan, Otero, Park, and Teller. And there is only one more group after this, and then we're done.
How about that, guys? Okay, I have another announcement. I have Sean Pond that wants to talk to you guys a little bit about the Dolores Monument. What's going on there?
Good afternoon. My name is Sean Pond. I live in Montrose County, a little town called Nucla, Colorado. And we found out 49 days ago that we are facing another federal land grab by some radical activists. They're proposing a 500,000 acre national monument in Montrose and Mesa counties that would devastate our ranching communities, our mining industry, and our outdoor recreation and our hunters. And we wanted to let the Republican Party of Colorado know that they can go to our website. It's www.haltthedoloresmonument.com, where we've gathered 7,000 signatures in opposition in only 49 days. But we need your help in spreading the word. In fact, this national monument in Colorado is only one of 24 monuments currently in danger of having Joe Biden once again abuse the Antiquities Act of 1906 and steal public or steal private and public lands from us. There's actually private land inside these public land that landowners would lose. So if you can, check us out. Please help spread the word. It's Halt the Dolores National Monument. Thank you.
Okay, fellows and ladies, I have a really awesome speaker that's going to come up and tell you guys a little bit about the Colorado Federation of Republican Women. I have Terry Oliger.
Good afternoon, fellow Republicans. How are you? We're getting through this. We're getting through this. My name is Terry Oliger, and I am your Southwest Republican Women's President from La Plata County. Our club, Our club is hosting the spring board meeting for the Colorado Federation of Republican Women next Saturday. It's actually an all-weekend event. Most of it will happen next Saturday. It's going to be a lot of fun. And if you're not a club member of your local club, please consider joining. Women can be full members, men can be associate members. Also, if you want to go and enjoy, have a great time, we're going to have a lot of fun. Please, if you want to go to your local club president and ask him about it, if you hadn't heard about it, there's still a little more time. We have a little more room available. So, and you can also catch me and I'll get you the information as well. Thank you guys so much for coming out and doing your patriotic duty. Have a great day.
Just a quick note, we have a delegate whose handicap van in door 2, the battery is dead. If anybody has any jumper cables that they could help the delegate with, their van is dead. It's a white van right outside door number 2, and they need jumper cables. If somebody who is done voting would like to go help them, they could surely use it.
A reminder If you were elected as a national delegate for the congressional districts as well as the state, please remember to stay after. We have a meeting after the meeting. Attention everybody, I have a driver's license. If Brenda Lou Burton will come on up, I've got your driver's license here.
All right, last group. Look at that, you guys really wanted to vote today, good job. All right, group 6. You can also see it up on the screen, but I will go ahead and read it. So we got Alamosa, Archuleta, Baca, Bent, Broomfield, Chaffee, Cheyenne, Clear Creek, Conejos, Castilla, Crowley, Custer. And by the way, if you're in group 6, you can leave anytime. I'm just saying the counties to help people who can't read the sign. So if you're in group 6, feel free to get in line. Custer County, Dolores, Gilpin, Grand, Gunnison, Hinsdale. Basically, if your county has not already been called, you are up for voting. I can't ever pronounce this one. Huerfano, so apologies. Jackson, Kiowa, Kit Carson, Lake, Los Animas, Lincoln, Logan, Mineral, Moffett, Uray, Phillips, Pitkin, Prowers, Rio Blanco, Route, Sagach, Sagachia, San Juan, San Miguel, Sedgwick, Summit, Washington, and Yuma.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Colorado Republicans and Patriots. My name is Randy Gray. I'm the current president of the Pueblo Pachyderm Club. The Pachyderm Clubs are local organizations. We're a Republican club patterned after civic clubs with programs centered around government, politics, and voter information. Pachyderm Club members are open to all Republicans. We are open to the public to visit and hear our speakers or have lunch with us, and we encourage non-member attendance. Pachyderm clubs typically do not support or endorse candidates in contested races, but once you're into the actual election season, we invite and will endorse candidates in that manner. We're part of a national federation of the Grand Order of Pachyderm Clubs, but we are located in Pueblo. We meet the first and third Fridays of each month. Lunch begins at 11:30. We dismiss about 1 o'clock with a single item lunch menu and a speaker for the day. Please consider joining us if you're in Pueblo on a Friday morning, afternoon, and have lunch with fellow Republicans. Thank you. One last thing, you can look at our webpage at pueblopachyderm.org.
Hello, Colorado. My name is Valdemar Archuleta. I am the president of the Log Cabin Republicans. We are the LGBT organization representing Republicans here in Colorado. And I want you to take a look here on the stage. This is how the gays dress when we come to a Republican event. But we are here to build bridges in our communities and let people know that there are LGBT members who stand with you, who have conservative values, American values, who love this country and who proudly wave the American flag, as you can see. And we do wear our Gadsden flags. I know that there was a thing down at the Capitol this week where someone said gays don't like the Gadsden flag. That is a lie. We love our Gadsden flag. We love the freedom that it represents in this country. But I also want you guys to know that we are here. If you are county leadership, if you're a candidate, and there are LGBT issues that come up in your race or in your counties, we are here to help you, to help you with messaging, help you overcome these things, because we really do stand with you in the fight to protect children against being sexualized, and to fight to protect women and keeping women's sports with biological females. So thank you all for being here, and thank you for being so supportive. We have a booth out there, and I heard we had nothing but positive comments today and people thanking us for being here, and so we want to give it right back. We love you all. Thank you for being here as well, and feel free to reach out to us. Right? Thank you. Oh, and by the way, I'm also running in the Congressional District 1 race, so come find me.
Hello, Colorado. Last call for voting. Look at the line. It is almost gone. So if you have not voted yet, please get in line. Bring your ID. Also, if you are here still, please look around. If you see some trash, please pick it up. Do the kind thing. If your neighbor has left, please pick that up as well and just throw it in the trash dump. Thank you so much, you guys. Attention, everybody. Kevin Brandon, can I have you come to the stage, please? Kevin Brandon.
Okay, are there any voting delegates with mobility issues? We do have a mobile teller team that can come to you if you could not make it to the teller committee area. If you need the mobile teller team, can you please raise your hand or raise up a sign? Up there is that by Archuleta? Is that Chaffee? Chaffee, okay. Mobile teller team, I need you out here, please. Are there any delegates on the north side? Any delegates with mobility issues that need the mobile teller team? All right, mobile teller team, we need you up by Chaffee County. It's on the south side, up high.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to bring us back into session here. It was brought to my attention that a few more delegates had not completed the credentialing process, and your chairman decided that we should seat as many proper and valid delegates as possible. Thus, the number of credentialed delegates is, we're working on it. Do you have it? Do you have the number of credentialed? Yeah. Okay. Oh, sorry, we're getting an updated number here, so bear with us. We're going to reopen it. There were a number of people that did not finish the credentialing process properly, so we are going to wait for that updated number, and then we will have a motion to allow them to have their votes count. Well, we're going to allow them, well, we're going to ask the body if the body would be willing to let them vote. So that would involve reopening credentialing, which is allowed, but we need to have a vote of the body here to do that. So hold on. I thought we had the number, but we're getting the number now. So I'll go back into recess for one more minute, and I'll get the number.
Okay. Are there any other delegates with mobility issues that needs the mobile teller team? Please raise your hand. Okay, teller team, seeing no other need for the mobile teller team, you may go back to the teller area and cast your ballots.
No. Ladies and gentlemen, balloting is closed. We are still trying to get an accurate number. There were a number of folks who had trouble actually using the secondary check-in app, but they were otherwise credentialed properly, and it took us a little bit to reconcile both lists. So bear with us. We're going to have a final number here that you guys can vote on, and rest assured, everyone who voted properly voted and did check in on one of our systems properly. We're just reconciling both now. So bear with us. Give us another 5 minutes or so. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to come back to order here and wrap this up. First order of business is to correct the credentials report. We're going to have to reopen credentialing, or not reopen, but ratify rather what happened. So what occurred were that a number of delegates failed to actually complete the check-in process. And when we had a number of those delegates try to vote, our teller committee would not give them a ballot because they weren't on their list. When that issue was brought up to me, we made a decision to go ahead and let them vote, but also complete the credential process. Everyone who voted was a valid voter, and we went ahead and cross-referenced their information with the other lists that we had. So there is no concern on our part that any illegal votes were cast at all. Because they were not given votes at the point of ballot distribution. And when it came to us, we went ahead and re-credentialed them, then gave them a ballot. And so these numbers are really good. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and I'm going to read this, and then we're going to vote on it, and then we'll have the results come up. We'll have Jeff Young tell us the results of the vote. So the chair would entertain a motion to ratify the decision of the chair to seat these delegates and approve the final credentials number of 2,143 delegates. Do I have a second? Or do I have a, first off, well, actually, I need someone, well, I can move it. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Yes, yes, sir, come on.
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
Steve Helwig, El Paso County. I kind of have a number of questions. First of all, how many of these, is there a discrepancy for any of the counties for how many delegates they should have had versus how many they got because people that shouldn't have been elevated were elevated? Like we were told that El Paso County could update, like El Paso could upgrade all their people, but that was based on the number that you originally had?
Right, it is our estimation that everyone that was elevated properly. What happened here was that we had delegates who didn't complete the check-in process. If you recall at the beginning, you got scanned as you were coming in, but we also asked folks to use the QR code on the sheet or on the screen to also check in on that process as well. And we had a number of folks who didn't do that.
Am I correct in understanding that the people that were in the original count were the ones that completed that process, and the ones that completed that process had to do with how many people got elevated?
Yeah. So everyone that was elevated on that final, what we thought was the final count was 2009. All of that included the alternates that were elevated. Everyone here that was added after that had to do with either user error or something or another that was a failure on their part to complete the initial credential check-in process with the smartphone or using the QR code, that second part.
Mr. Chair, how much was the total discrepancy?
So originally we had 2009, correct? Yes.
So we're many
the last accepted credential report was 2009, and the new number is 2,143.
So 134 people?
2,143.
So 134 people is what we're adding to the number.
I'll trust your math on that, but yes, correct.
That seems excessive. What is the total assembly number? What was the largest number we could have?
Largest number we could have is 3,508.
Thank you.
You bet.
Mr. Chairman, I rise to say that I will not accept a modified credential report in the middle of balloting and after balloting has taken place. That is a direct election fraud. I am the election integrity candidate, and I absolutely will not stand for that.
Is there any further discussion? Name and county, please.
I'm a delegate, and I was one of the ones who was talking too much, and I did not scan the little thing. So I hope I do accept it, because I could see how some people could have been talking and didn't realize that they had to also do the thing. So I got scanned at the door, but I just didn't do the extra. So.
So, Mr. Chair, I also stand, and I would like to point out that I am also an election integrity candidate, and that is proven by the 24 volunteers that I was a co-captain over in Pueblo County and the information that we submitted for the Colorado canvassing report. It would seem to me that there's an opponent who is upset, and I'd like to know what it is exactly that is upsetting her, if there are results that have already been given that shouldn't have been.
Okay, well, ladies and look, this is a debate on the motion to certify this new count. I understand that candidates want to be able to advocate for their position and their candidacy, but this is not going to turn into a debate between the candidates. We need to keep it to the actual motion, and the motion is to certify the 2,143 updated credentials report. Sir, name and county.
Trent Jones, El Paso County. Perhaps a point of information, maybe a point of order, I don't know. If these individuals were members of the assembly at the time that they received their badge, but before completing the registration with a QR code, Robert's Rules of Order, page 264, sections 6, lines 6 through 14, dictates that a member of an assembly is a person entitled to full participation in its proceedings. That is, the right to attend the meetings, to make motions, to speak in debate, and to vote, and that no member can be deprived of these basic rights of membership. Furthermore, it also states that rules cannot be suspended to abridge these rights. So it's kind of a point of information, because I don't know if they were members at the time they received this, but did not yet complete the QR code. But if they were, we don't even really need to vote on a motion for it, because they can't be deprived of the right to vote.
So it's a good clarification. The reason we need to vote on this credential is so that we have an accurate number of who was eligible to actually cast a ballot. So it is our estimation that those individuals that failed to complete the second step in the credentialing process were entitled to vote. They just failed to complete the second step in the credential process. So they had checked in, they had scanned in, they had showed their ID before they had come in. They just, for whatever reason, were unable to complete the last process. And as such, it was our decision to allow them to vote after we completed their credentialing step.
That they were members.
They were members, yes.
Thank you.
Name and county, sir.
Mr. Chairman, Westenheimer, Jefferson County. To respond to the other delegates' inquiry in regards to our campaign's stance, we do not know the results, nor does her campaign. I just want to point that out. The results have not been announced. We do not know if this delegate issue has any effect on the margin of any race decision. So I want to get that out of the way. But secondly, we cannot allow this credentials report to be accepted as a body. And the reason is that there were added members mid-balloting that my observers at our campaign watched in real time, with several other discrepancies that my observers witnessed and documented at the time. This credentials report should not be accepted, and these results are in question. That is the bottom line, and I urge this body, do not accept the credentials report regardless of the results of the election. That does not matter. If we cannot trust our own election integrity policy, then we have a big problem as Republicans, because we have no right to preach if we do not have the ability to trust the results. I rest my case.
Mr. Chairman, James Reeman, Arapahoe County. It's kind of hard to follow that up, but this is about principle. We've had 10 hours, going on almost 11 or 12, to fix the issue. Why didn't we fix it before we started voting? That's all.
Andrew Lucas, out of Douglas County. Since this has been debating on and on, I'm going to call it a question.
Is there a second? A motion has been made to end debate that requires 2/3 vote. All in favor, please rise. It's to end debate. It's a non-debatable question. Please sit down. All opposed, please rise. Debate is closed. You may sit. Now to the underlying question. I'll read it one more time.
Chairman, point of information.
Yes.
Do we have the ability to discern which votes were taken from people who were not checked in versus the votes that were checked in prior to the problem being figured out?
When they were checked in, they were given a ballot that had no markings or a distinction.
So there is no way to make a distinction?
No.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, point of clarification, please. Chantel Shipman from Douglas County. When the very first gentleman asked you his question, I was not clear on your response. If I understood his question correctly, I wanted to reframe it. When in the morning these folks did not scan the QR code, then when you all did the credentialing process, were you working from a list that the QR code generated? And if so, does that mean then that the alternates who you elevated ended up being in excess anywhere of what should have been had? Is that?
That's a good question. We don't believe so. We have multiple lists that we have cross-referenced, and we believe that everyone was elevated properly, and that those who failed to check in were not, or those who failed to check in wouldn't have interfered with that process.
Thank you, sir. That clarifies it for me.
Richard Keck, Boulder County. An extension of that question is, were any counties over-credentialed? I realize in some we were not over-credentialed, but were any counties over-credentialed?
To our understanding of the lists that we were looking at, the answer is no. Seeing no further points of clarification or questions. Yes, ma'am.
My question is, you want us to vote on this credentialing number. You're asking this body, do we even have enough people? Like, don't you have to have a quorum or something?
Quorum is members present.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. See, that's okay. We'll allow a discussion, not a problem. County and name and question, please.
Kim Booyer, Mesa County. We had people leave that did not vote.
Correct.
Okay.
Is there a question in
The
that?
question is there a count in that?
We don't know who left and who didn't vote. All we
I know
have.
there's at least 5 people that left, for sure.
Sure. But that happens. Okay. I'm going to read this one more time and we're going to take a vote.
Just point of clarification. Linda Zamora Wilson, El Paso County. As part of the teller team, I can tell you that there were people that were voters but had failed to actually press send and complete their registration. And we verified that. Thank you.
Okay. I'll read this one more time. This motion is to ratify the decision of the chair to seat these delegates and approve the final credential number of 2,143 delegates. All in favor, please rise. I see you, Teller Committee. Go ahead and be seated. All opposed, please rise. Please be seated. The motion is adopted. The chair will recognize Jeff Young for the purpose of sharing the results of the vote. Jeff Young is on his way.
All right, everyone, here is the final teller report. There were 1,971 ballots cast. In a first, there were no blank ballots, and there were no spoiled ballots. Great job, guys, voting. Therefore, there were 1,971 legal ballots cast. The votes, Vera Ortegon received 241 votes. Christy Ruckus Federa received 1,100 votes. Laurel Eimer received 630 votes.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the chair declares that Christy Ruckus Fedora has been elected as your new National Committee woman. Congratulations, Christy. Let me ask the body, because it's been a long day, would you all be okay if Christy said a few words at the microphone? Come on up. Just a few minutes, though, because we're going to adjourn and get out of here.
I want to thank those of you who stuck around, and I want to thank Vera Ortegon for the time that she has served and for the way that she has served with honor and dignity. And I want to thank Laurel Eimer as well for being a formidable opponent. I want to thank my county, and I want to let you all know that I will carry out the duties of this position with honor and integrity, and I will advocate for you and for our state. And I appreciate all the support. I want to thank my family and my friends. The one thing I want to do is I want to thank the people who took care of my name when I wasn't in the room. I appreciate that. God bless you. Thank you.
Okay, before we adjourn here, I want to remind anyone who was elected as a national delegate, please come to the stage. We're going to go ahead and take care of business very quickly. With that, I would like to entertain a motion to adjourn. I say we got a second here. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. The 2024 State Assembly and Convention is adjourned. Thanks.
National delegates, line up by this gate right here in the speaker, And we'll be going back to the green room. Thanks. And by the way, it's only people that were elected on the Trump slate. Only if you were on the Trump slate. And the state delegates, obviously, the ones that were elected at state.